Stadium. Double 12.
Game shot
And that is a fantastic finish there from Martin Adams. Double 18.
Game shot on the small flag. Neil Duff.
Double 19 is a hammer blow from the hammer.
Game
What
shot
a
on the first
finish.
flag.
Everything he
Colin
touches
McGary.
turns to gold. And
Game
what a way
shot
to
over
finish the
the
game,
net.
John Worsley. It's been really special, Gary Stone. That
Game
is
shot over the
incredible.
net.
A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge reporter for the finals here at the MODUS Super Series. 6 players and 6 experienced campaigners go toe-to-toe for our 8th spot through to Champions Week and the £5,000 top prize that goes with. We've got some headline names such as Neil Duff, Martin Adams and Andy Hamilton in the fray, but it's going to be a very competitive evening for sure. Alongside me on stage, well, first of all, hoping to have been thrown on it this evening was Matthew Edgar, but we get to have you here in the commentary box this evening alongside Macy Ace, who's watched every single dart this week going. And Chris, it's been an intriguing week, hasn't it?
It's been a long one. It's been a tough one at times for the players to navigate their way through to tonight's final, but we've got a great lineup.
Look, Matt, we have to talk a little bit about yourself and how you would assess on your couple of days in Group B.
What did I tell you last week? I said I'll be here on this stage on Saturday night, and here I am.
Man of his word, Matthew Edgar. Right, let's have a look and see what happened over the course of the week then, because this is how the players have got to this particular point. Neil Duff winning Group A on Wednesday afternoon. John Worsley, Gary Stone, Martin Adams through Group B, and Conor McGarry and Andy Hamilton making their way through Group C. Let's begin with Group A and breaking that down. Mace, you're in commentary for it. Neil Duff got to a slow start on Monday, but then when it came to Tuesday and Wednesday, it was just like he flicked the switch, and from that point onwards, we saw a different man.
Yeah, he'd not played a lot of darts over Christmas, obviously, since playing in the World Championships, played a bit of counties stuff, so he came in fairly rusty, but by the time he got to Wednesday, averaged over 95 over the course of the day and was the right winner. He played lovely on Wednesday.
And he's the type of player, isn't he, Neil, that when he gets going, we see some real high stuff from, and when we've seen it here at the Super Series in the past, once he gets on the road, he really can move on, can't he?
I think we're safe to say Neil Duff's probably going to have a bit of a bee in his bonnet now. He wanted to go and defend that Lakeside title, and now he's lost that title. He's got something to go and be hungry for. The target's off his back now, and sort of the hunted man's now going to be back to be the hunter again. And I think we're going to see that real fire again from Neil Duff over the next 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, he had averages of 107 and 105 in that campaign, and that just shows you where his ceiling is, which is probably higher currently than anybody else in the field. Colin McGarry he can't be ignored, of course, but we'll talk more on him later. But yeah, I was impressed with Neil Duff. I think I should imagine he's the betting favourite. I've not had a look because I'm curious and want you to tell me.
I will tell you in just a second. Right, let's have a look at the Group A table in full then. Neil Duff winning with 22 points from Michel van der Horst and John Worsley. Now, they were the two of them put into Group B with Matt Clark, Conor McGarry and Bram van Dijk placed into Group C. So, those are how the groups were split up for the remainder of the week. Let's begin by having a look at what happened in Group C. That was our centre of attention on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And look, we begin with Andy Hamilton, Matt, who had a decision to make on Wednesday afternoon because he had qualified for the second stage of Q School in Milton Keynes, but elected to play here at the Super Series.
Andy Hamilton had a plan that is clear and evident. He knew what he wanted to do, and he sort of worked it out perfectly. He hasn't deviated away from that plan. Sometimes when you get through that first stage, you can sort of question yourself and think, maybe I should go to Q School. He knows what 2024 looks like. He's already said that he was eyeing up things like the seniors. We do know he is going to Q School. I've seen it across his social media. He's going to have one bash at it, and that's going to be tomorrow. But it might be a late night tonight for him and not a lot of sleep in terms of that preparation for the hammer.
As far as Colin McGarry's concerned, you've been really impressed with him, haven't you, as the week's gone along?
Yeah, I've known Colin for a lot of years, over 20 years, and he's a player of quality. Once he gets up and going, he doesn't play a massive amount of darts. He's been playing a bit of the senior stuff, but he was another player that obviously didn't play a lot, sort of December into January. But my goodness, once he got going on Friday, he was absolutely outstanding, and he's another player that's going to be a big threat tonight.
Is he a little bit like Richie Housen, suspect that the World Seniors Tour's come at the perfect time for him? He's been able to really showcase himself on that circuit.
Yeah, and he's still got quite a young family. He's got a couple of teenagers, and listen, your priorities are with your family. So he's sort of been restricted over the years of how far he can travel, what tournaments he can attend. So for someone like him, and the $5 and the possible 20 grand winning Champions Week, could get his career up and running even at this stage.
And that's the great thing about the Super Series and the World Seniors Tour. Right, let's have a chat about Group B. Look, Matt, you were in action in that group, so you can cast your eye upon the action that you saw at times firsthand on this stage. Just first of all, you spoke about your assessments of it. In terms of the group as a whole, it was a very tight group. How did it feel in the practice room on Friday night?
Carnage. Absolute carnage. That's the best way to describe it. People toing and froing in the table, everyone trying to work it all out, and I somehow got drawn into that as well, because they're like, Matt, can you check this? I'm like, I don't get paid extra for this. I'm here as a player tonight. I'm not checking all your permutations out. And it all came down to that last game where it sort of needed to be a 4-0 victory for myself to give myself any sort of hope. But we had Gary Stone winning one game and then playing absolutely brilliant. It was the consistency, though, of Martin Adams that sort of was the thing that stood out for me in that group, because while the rest of us sort of battled it out with to and fro's and a roller coaster, he just sort of detached himself from that and just clipped along like Martin Adams does.
In terms of Martin, is that as good as you've seen him play for a little while now?
Yeah, in one of the games, specifically his second game on, where he averaged 97.52, and that's right up there from where he's been in his recent visits here. But of course, he's had a fair few events take part in his life, and it's just good to see him back playing. And he spoke yesterday about that, and I think it's done him a lot of good, and it'll give him a lot of confidence going into tonight, that's for sure, and a lot of confidence going forward in 2024 in terms of senior starts.
And he's a player that we've got to enjoy now, haven't we?
Yeah, listen, there's still quality in there. You know, he may not be as good as he was 10 years ago, but he's got that much quality. He doesn't need to be. He can still be competitive at his age, and he's another player. If he gets it all right, darts is all about getting it right on the night.
You didn't see it, but he was just peering behind the curtain behind us, talking about himself. Right, John Worley and Gary Stone were the other two players that made it through. Fair to say in both of their cases, Matt, they go off to slow starts on Thursday, but both picked up as the group went along.
Gary Stone impressed me so much last night. One of the things we've always questioned about Gary Stone is his mentality. The first night, he was beating himself up. That last match he played up here on Thursday night, it almost like he didn't want to be here. And it was like, how quick can I get off the oche? And then he pulls that huge 158 finish out of the bag when he probably thought it was over. If you remember, John Worley was on a big shot himself. Gary Stone at the back of the stage throwing his hand like, here we go again. I've seen all this before. Dug deep, took out that 158, and he completely changed everything around for him. And maybe tonight we're going to see the very best of Gary Stone.
And that's a typical example of this sport, what a difference a day makes. You know, he was almost traumatised on Thursday night, came back Friday, slightly different mentality, got off to a winning start, got a bit of momentum, and 1-4 on the spin.
And then as far as the last game of the group was concerned, you were involved in it. How aware were you of the 4-0 situation?
I was, and John Worley wanted to know the situation. I said, I'll work it out, I'll let you know. I said, it's got to be 4-0. He goes, no, I think I'm in. And then he had to go check it because I was winding people up in the back room all night and he didn't want to be another victim of that. And then when we came up, we knew what the situation needed to be. I had a shot, didn't I? 111 it was, and I fancied it at the time as well. But Worley took that, and then it sort of took the sting out of it, and it became quite an enjoyable game in the end. But Worley, rightly so, one of the players to go through, but isn't playing a lot of darts himself. So for John Worley, coming into this tonight, I feel a lot of this has to be sort of on that first game, because it can soon get negative on this knockout sort of format tonight.
And we even got to see the Matthew Edgar Bowers.
Twice.
See, 2 for the price of 1 here at the Super Series. Right, now we're going to have a look at the players' stats for the week, because this is something that you've been speaking to us backstage about, Maze, and there really is nothing to separate the field. Just 4 points from top to toe.
Yeah, it's quite incredible when you think of the campaign to eventually get to Saturday night. And Neil Duff up there at 88.49, no surprise, because he was the most solid. But John Worley, and Matt's right, not playing a lot of darts right now, and he may feel that this is a bit of a bonus tonight. And if I was him, I'd treat this as a bit of a free roll and just leave it all out there.
I mean, let's chuck a bit of light as well on those numbers. No one's gone beyond sort of that 93, and everyone's between the 93 and 83, which means everybody is taking 6 visits to the board in order to win. So this is going to come down to moments and bottle tonight, because no one's standing out in terms of the performance.
Yeah, maybe the odd clutch finish, a big 1-6-1 from absolutely nowhere could turn it for you, because everything is in that 6-visit range. So it's either 16 darts, 17 darts, or 18 darts. So, yeah, if someone can find maybe another gear tonight, or like Matt said, just one moment of absolute magic could win it. But it's going to be super competitive.
Right, you specifically told me early on that you did not want to see the outright betting until after we showed that graphic. Do you expect the betting to be similar to the numbers we see on screen there?
It wouldn't surprise me if it follows it exactly.
Well, let's have a look. There we have it. It's pretty much toe for toe, apart from Gary Stone.
Yeah, not far off. And listen, Gary Stone's been playing some lovely darts of late, so they're running scared from him. And the fact that he did go through the card last night in a tough field. But yeah, I'm pretty much with that. I'd have Colin McGary a little bit shorter.
Is Andy Hamilton a 7-1 shot in your eyes, Matt?
I don't think Andy Hamilton's ever a 7-1 shot in a 6-player field, but on the same aspect, Martin Adams 6-1. He's a wily old fox, isn't he? And he's got a pace about him that no one enjoys playing. And when he gets that with his sort of consistency and those flashes of brilliance, I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick this up.
And I'm not sure that Andy Hamilton's a fan of the round robin. He plays with a lot of intensity and a lot of aggression, and you can't really get that, Matt, in a round robin, because you always feel like you've got a bit of insurance in another game. Where I think we may see a different Andy Hamilton tonight, much more aggressive. We've got a great little crowd in. Someone for the players love playing to a crowd. That Andy Hamilton's odds could be all over the place.
There we go. That could be an ace is tip. Right, let's have a look at the bet builder then for this evening. And of course, I've got Chris Mason on stage. So who else to analyse this 5.75 to 1 treble than yourself? In agreement?
I like the first one because I think it's got 6 or 7 legs in it, so that's more than a possibility. Worley and Adams, I'm not sure I'd be investing too much in betting against Martin. As we've seen already over the last couple of days, still has big averages in the locker. Adams versus McGary, yeah, I don't mind that. 2 out of the 3 I don't mind. And they may get lucky on the middle one, but I understand why the punters have been looking at those particular matches.
It is 18 plus, and it is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the MODUS Super Series this evening. Right, let's get the action underway. This is what we're going to be watching this evening. Remember, the 6 group games are live on the YouTube channel before then going live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock for the semi-finals and final. We will play in alternate groups, so the first game of Group 1 will be followed by the first game of Group 2, and so on and so forth until we get to the end of the pool stage matches. And it is high time we get the action underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It sees a former WDF World Champion in Neil Duff in action up against a former PDC World Championship finalist in Andy Hamilton. What a way to kickstart what should be a bumper night of darts with some big names in action. And early on this evening, I caught up with both players, beginning with Andy Hamilton, to assess their weeks so far. Andy, here we are, Saturday night here at the Super Series. It's been quite the week for yourself, hasn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. It starts, obviously, I went to Q school. I managed to qualify on the field stage for the second stage, but I'm here for a long time now. Enjoyment and whatever comes in front of me, I'm going to take that challenge now. I have no pressure whatsoever. I'm enjoying life. What comes in front of me, I'll just tackle it.
Obviously, as you say, you got through to stage 2 Q school. How much could you take that confidence knowing that you're going to be here at the Super Series in the latter end of the week?
Yeah, I'll take every game that comes now. What's in front of me, I'll play what's in front of me. I'll take all bookings, I'll take the competition, what's in front of me. I don't care about tomorrow, it's about what's happening now. For me, it's MODUS Series at the moment, and I'm concentrating to have a good night tonight and hopefully won't win it.
How important is it for you to play with a smile on your face?
Very important. I play it along without a smile on my face, and a smile's the most important thing in life to enjoy this game. Without that enjoyment, you can't go very far in this game.
As far as this week at the Super Series is concerned, how would you assess your Group C performances?
I'm going to say I battled a lot, not my best starts, but also it's my true Andy's coming out again, the enjoyment in the game, and I'm showing what I can do, some brilliant starts, also some rubbish as well, but let's hope it's all brilliant tonight.
As I say, going into tonight, how much of a good way would be to kickstart 2024 with a victory here at the Super Series?
Yeah, most definitely. I've been here a few times now, so it's about time I won one. I'm in a good frame of mind. My daughters hopefully tonight will just do what it needs to do, and as long as I keep the right frame of mind, I'm sure I'm going to give someone a good game.
Well, it's good to see you smiling. We wish you all the best. Andy, good luck.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much.
Neil, here we are once again, Saturday night at the Super Series. Couple of days off. How would you assess your Group A campaign?
It can't be anything but successful. 6 guys go out on a Monday with the same objective. Monday wasn't the best start for me, but Tuesday and Wednesday, I think I'm playing the way I was 18 months ago.
What do you think clicked between the Monday and the Tuesday and Wednesday?
Not a lot. I think just sometimes it just takes that one day, just because I'm flying, everybody else is driving. I'd kind of come in off the back of I hadn't been too well and stuff, you know. So got Monday out of the road. After you've lost a few matches, then your whole psyche changes. Where I go out on a Tuesday to beat the guys that beat me on Monday, and yeah, I done 5 out of 5 on Tuesday, and I was actually disappointed I didn't do 5 out of 5 on Wednesday, but Colin probably deserved that one.
Mm-hmm. You say you feel like you're getting to the levels of play that you were 18 months ago. Are you at the confidence levels you were 18 months ago when you're walking around the lakeside saying you're going to win it? Yeah,
the thing is, actually losing it this year, and don't get me wrong, the title, I'll always have that. Mm-hmm. But to lose the title was like a burden being lifted off me, where I could actually just go out and play. And I've been enjoying playing darts again, and I think it's showing up in my results.
And finally into tonight, how nice a way would it be to kickstart 2024 with a title here?
Yeah, well, you know what it means to me. I think getting the first one and making Champions Week. So, yeah, I'd like to be here for Champions Week, but I did hear that it's overlapping with another competition that I'm at. But we'll work around it. We'll see what happens.
Well, I wish you all the best tonight, Neil. Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Slightly out of form and running into a very hot Neil Duff.
Mentioned this 1-2-6 earlier, has to start in the 19s this time. 6-6. Well, he saved his best shot right at the end in Neil Duff. Well, McGary was superb in his demolition of young Bram.
Yeah, that was
first low.
Well, the former WDF World Champion loves the big stage and he loves the big crowd, as too does Andy the Hammer Hamilton. 2 big names of the Super Series going toe-to-toe in our first game of the evening session. And watching all the action down in the commentary box, it's a very good evening once again to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yep, action gets underway now. And, well, what a fabulous game to open tonight's session with. Andy Hamilton, a World Championship finalist, of course, against a former World Champion. Delighted. Well, I'm actually not delighted to be joined with Matt Egger in the commentary box because I was looking forward to commentating on him tonight. But good evening, Matt.
I think I'm more delighted to be here. I don't want the stress of this anymore. That was a stressful couple of days over in Group B. These are 2 players we didn't have to compete with in Group B. Thankfully, Andy Hamilton joining us for one more day here at the Super Series before he has a crack at Q
First
School.
leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Taking on Neil Duff, who said quite a lot of interesting things in that interview. It's almost one I want to watch and watch and watch, because I think every time you watch it, you'll probably find something new in there, talking about the almost burden of walking around with that target on his back, which was something we spoke about at the top of the show up there with Henry. Sometimes you can feel like the hunted man. Everywhere you go, like someone wants to take that victory against
100.
you and get that scalp.
Absolutely, especially within the WDF system. You know, in the PDC system, you more or less only ever play your
60
127 fellow pros, with the exclusion of the UK Open. So for him, travelling around the globe playing in tournaments, he is very much, as you say, had a target on his back and been the hunted. And I think
60.
I think you touched on something that's seriously relevant. I think he prefers to be the hunter.
I think
140.
I've got to make sure I word this in the right way. There's no respect on the PDC tour. Whether it's Michael Van Gerwen, whether it was back in the day a player like Taylor, there is no, oh, that's the man like now with Michael Smith, Gerwin Price. No one cares.
56.
No, you're right. And if I go back to my experience in the BDO days, when you used to have the champions parade, and then before
58.
either someone retained their title or we had a new champion, there would be a champions dinner, and it was all quite regal back then and respectful.
Oh, champions dinner. I like the sound of that. Did they do a
58.
No
Neil, you
pot
require
noodles, mate.
158.
quarter-finalist dinner or something like that? We have seen this 158 go already this week. Gary Stone kick-started his week yesterday with the 158 finish, and Neil
134.
Duff, a beautiful setup play there. Left Andy Hamilton a long way back, who's in for a late night and an early morning.
This is, without doubt, the
140.
toughest of the two
Neil, you
groups.
required 24.
Neil Duff, Andy Hamilton,
Game shot on the first
Hamilton and
leg.
Gary
Neil
Stone,
Duff.
who was in fine form last night, but that's a hold of throw.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
fairly
on.
fuss-free for Neil Duff.
How do you, if you're Andy Hamilton, at 56 years old, still have the drive and passion that he's got to go
46.
do 3 days at Q School at the start of the week, come here and play a Group C, play tonight, and then get up so early to go to Milton Keynes, which where we are in Portsmouth, we're talking
55.
2.5 to 3 hour drive,
Easily.
leaving here either tonight and travelling through the night, or getting up at, he'll have to leave about 6 in the morning to get registration.
I didn't have that motivation when I was 35. Never mind his age of 56. It just shows you the passion he still has for the sport, because
140.
just getting me on the dartboard for half an hour is a problem.
And the talent as well. Still got a lot of retained ability,
125.
and will be a serious threat in some of those senior events. That's provided he doesn't do the miracle tomorrow and get that tour card.
Well, I was speaking to Glenn. It's a bit of a flawed system. He pays his,
140.
was it £550 for Q School?
475,
Oh.
but if you win, you owe them money.
Ah, brilliant. And then, so they tell you to play in it,
134.
which you have to be eligible to play in challenge tours, but then they also tell you you're not allowed to throw a game. So you get a situation where Andy Hamilton played at Q School. He was quite transparent that his
55.
main goal this year is Super Series and seniors. So what's he meant to do? Not win. And then he'll fall foul to their rules of either not trying or throwing a
and
game.
you require 120.
Why they can't just say to players that have no ambition or are not ready to play on the Pro Tour but want to play on the Challenge Tour, why can't they just pay a fee? We may find that you don't have so many people attend.
100.
Very, very valid
Neil, you
points.
require
The rule, I
50.
believe, is you must play to the very best of your ability at all times.
Correct.
Neil Duff playing to the best of his ability, you'd feel at the minute, average just shy of a ton as he's chasing down a
Game
break of
shot on the
throw
second
here on
leg.
Andy Hamilton.
Neil Duff.
Yeah, this is a fabulous start from Neil Duff. And I did suggest
leg, it's Neil
that
to throw
Andy is
first. Game
more
on.
suited to knockout darts, and this is as close as it gets, I suppose, outside of being the knockout darts here in the semi-finals and finals at the Super Series.
100.
But when you're in a group this tough, you can sometimes feel like you've not even got going. It is a real short format.
Sometimes you can come into a night tonight like Andy Hamilton and you can almost have a lot of freedom
93.
about your play. I spoke about players at Q School this week like Yella Class and Andy Bartons, players that are guaranteed to go to Lakeside. So, yes, I get a shot at Q School, but if I
100.
don't get it, I've still got Lakeside. It's
Sure.
not. It's like a soft fall rather than a hard miss. And for Hamilton, the silver lining is if it doesn't go well, at least he's going to be able to sleep tonight.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Glass half full
96.
kind of mentality. I like that.
Well, I look at it and, you know, going into the event yesterday, because I don't play very much at the minute, you get that sort of nerves and butterflies. But when you're playing all the time, it's a continuum. Okay, I'll play next week, I'll play tomorrow, I'll play in 2 days, it doesn't matter. And you can brush it off like the top 16 at the moment. Oh, I've lost that tournament. It's okay, I'm on TV again in a week.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's the mentality that I never experienced, because
58.
there were such long gaps in between the opportunity to fulfill a dream and earn some money, of course. Well, I had this discussion with Glenn last night. The only reason a player is nervous because they think they can win, or they're playing well enough to win. If you have absolutely zero ability or your form's on the floor, you don't tend to be nervous because there's nothing to be nervous about.
134. Neil,
Is
you
it a
require
little bit
68.
too late? Finishing pretty good from Duff. 2 from 4. They're going to be
64.
Wild one.
And he required 120.
Maybe it wasn't too late. Hammer's already had a dart at top, so this 120 combination should get another one. Now, last year, Andy Hamilton would have gone for the very little 20 just to stay out of the way of this, so the tops was open.
80.
He saw he had to move across the hockey
Neil,
there
you
to try and
required
open up the
4.
target, and 2 cracks at the 120, missed on the double.
Game
Neil
shot on the
Duff with his
third leg. Neil
second
Duff.
17 darter of the match. 17, 14, 17. He's used
Fourth leg, it's Andy to
48
throw
darts,
first.
which is
Game on.
93.94 in terms of an average. Andy Hamilton averaging 90.4. He's only had 2 pokes at a double.
With 3 legs into the night, and I've already got to pose a question, is there a potential
85.
panic button time here for Andy Hamilton? Because it is very short format. If you lose quite heavy, and knowing that Gary Stone's also in this group, you may feel the chance has gone very quickly.
Yeah, you
100.
can't. Rarely will a player who gets beat 4-0 ultimately qualify for the semi-finals. And if there was a weak link in the group, you wouldn't be maybe too concerned. But a 4-0 defeat, and it's out of Andy's hands.
121.
Because Gary Stone, on the evidence of last night, is a serious threat to both of these players.
85.
We've got the 2 players that the odds compilers think are the favourites to win this in the same group. Just so happens to be that the Hammers pulled both of them.
You know, they fancied Neil Duff in this opening match, and so far...
180.
Right, but is this the start of the get back? Yeah, they went 8-13. Neil Duff, 6-5. Andy Hamilton.
60. And he required 115.
One of the things that Andy Hamilton was very famous for in his career, wasn't it? Not rolling over, that grit and that determination.
Yeah, real fighter. He even used to practice like that. He was
99.
a practice partner of mine for many, many years up in the Skylark pub. He used to run.
100. And he requires 16.
My mind thinks back to Blackpool when that big turnaround against Simon Whitlock.
Yeah, remarkable, wasn't it?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It's not as
Andy
big as a
Hamilton.
turnaround as that time against Simon Whitlock, but it started. First
leg,
leg on
it's
the
Neil
board
to throw
for
first.
Andy Hamilton.
Game
If
on.
he can, even if he can just find 1 or 2 more legs, but still goes on to lose the match, he's going to be in a far better position
100.
than he would have been had he got gubbed 4-0.
$96.
Just got to hang on to the coattails of Neil Duff. Try and either hope for a mistake or try and force one out of Neil Duff.
100.
But that was a beautiful turn. Navigated around what looked like a blocker.
This is where you just seesaw through the emotion on a Saturday night, because for Neil Duff, he would have probably thought, I'm pretty much home and hosed, big result, Now, even just if he was to
140.
lose his throw here, that panic may set in for Neil Duff a little bit, who might have thought, this is going to be a nice, great way to start the night. Nice big win. But he's reacting well.
140.
Reacting like a champion.
Yeah, no panic whatsoever. At least one treble here. Either the treble 20 or the 19s.
57.
No finish,
Neil,
so
you
6
require
starts at 161
161.
for a very comprehensive win.
Beautiful. Just looked like an
137.
invitation there for Neil Duff, and he sets up double 12 after 12 to kickstart his night perfectly.
Yeah, dart 1 was sat up perfectly. I think that's why he had no fear of coming down for the 51, because he fancied
100.
the treble 20 to
Neil,
leave
you
24.
required 24.
Does like the 24s. Does he like double 3? I don't know many
21.
people that do.
Andy, you require
this would be massive for Andy.
108.
Just needs the one treble. You can't find, but whether you're a professional player or an amateur, I don't know a single person who says, I love having a go at 3.
Neil, you require 3.
Oh, you talk about the emotions you go through. Well, that's one part of it.
Game,
Oh, that's
shots,
brilliant from
and
Neil
the
Duff.
match, Neil
Well,
Duff.
in the end, an average of 91.52. Credit to Andy Hamilton, 93.66 in defeat, and he's got to take the positives from that one, because he's got a tough game when he's out next, because he'll be facing Gary Stone. But we move on to Group 2 this evening in our next match, and it'll be John Worley up against Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a start to the evening for Neil Duff. A 4-1 victory against Andy Hamilton, racing out of the traps, winning the first 3 legs in the space of 48 darts. Andy Hamilton did have a mini fight back, but Duff got over the line, winning by 4 legs to 1 to get his group campaign off to the perfect start. He looks like a man on a mission tonight. Right, our second game of the evening session sees a legend in action. Martin Adams is oh so familiar to this stage, not just in Portsmouth, but the big crowds, the big nights, and the big occasions. It's his first one of 2024, and he's looking to kickstart the year with a win here at the MODUS Super Series. But he takes on a man in John Worley who also knows what it takes to win a title on this stage. Having done so in the early parts of 2023, he is hoping to make it through the Champions Week in Series 6, like he did do in Series 3. And early on in the series, I caught up with both players, beginning with John, to get their thoughts and assessments of the week. John, here we are, Saturday night again at the Super Series. Just assess the week as a whole from your perspective.
Well, I started off like a train, so I was playing brilliant Monday. Come in Tuesday, and I don't know whether it was a little bit too cold. I don't know. I ain't going to make any excuses. I just wasn't good enough. Tuesday, Wednesday was the same. But then I started off terrible Thursday. But I fought back, and I think I played well the last 2 games and deserved the 4 points, and then built on it yesterday. So, yeah, I'm happy to be in the finals.
At times you felt it's been quite hard to pinpoint where your game's been this week.
Yeah, I've been going over it in the practice room over my head, because in there I'm hitting everything. So when I'm getting on stage, I'm like, what am I doing wrong? So you're trying to figure it out during the game, which isn't the best. So figure it out in the practice room and get on there, and it's different again. So.
But back through to a Saturday night here at the Super Series. You've got form on a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge as well. How much could that come into play? Because it's a very experienced practice room in there tonight.
Yeah, like everyone in there is good players. I feel confident, especially the way I know I can play. I know there's more in the tank. So I was disappointed last time I was here on finals night. So I need to put that right. So yeah, I think I'll do well, hopefully.
The Super Series is kind of your baby, isn't it, for you in terms of darts? This is kind of where you've put where your game's going to be over the next 12 months or so.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't get a Q score, obviously, because I'm here. I'm not practicing as much as I need to play any top level of darts. But even still, I need to practice for this. I've realised that. So if I get invited again, I'll definitely be putting the practice in.
Are you at a place now in the sport where you're looking to enjoy it more than anything else? Of course, you want to be competitive, but you want that enjoyment factor of the game.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm ever going to break into the top 32 of the PDC. I don't think my level of darts is up there. So I didn't really want to waste money going there. I've got the pub to run. My missus got a new business. So I had to put things into perspective. And yeah, like anything like this is great. I might try a few WDFs this year and see how they go. Yeah, and see what else is on.
I wish you all the very best, John. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Martin, Saturday night once again here at the Super Series. It's been a good couple of days for yourself. Just from your perspective, how would you assess Group B?
Well, I thought it was a very tight group as it happens. There wasn't, even Friday morning or Friday evening, there wasn't a clear outstander that was going to say, yeah, that he's definitely through. It was all nip and tuck. But, I'm pleased to say I managed to nip in there.
And those are the types of groups you absolutely loved. You love that heat of the battle still.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, we all want to play well, and it's all about hitting them doubles at the end, and you've got to hit them good. If you start missing doubles and chasing a double around the board, it's, I'm going to get beat here.
You must have felt good about your game, particularly on Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday was a good day for me. Friday wasn't so good yesterday, but I did have a bit of a crick in my neck yesterday, which was getting a bit painful near the end, but, we got there. That's the main thing.
So hopefully a day of rest and relaxation's helped you out?
It certainly has, yeah. It's a lot better now, yeah.
And going into tonight, look, you've been here so many times on a Saturday night before, but the one thing you haven't done here in Portsmouth is yet to win a week. How much would you like to kickstart 2024 with yet another tournament win?
Well, yeah, I would love to. But, it's a good field, isn't it, really, when you look at it? So there's some tough games to play, and I just hope I'm lucky enough to win all the ones I play in.
And just quickly, having a look at that practice room, are you sizing up a little bit of opposition for the Circus Tavern next month for the World Seniors?
No, it's far too early for that. Far too early. Form changes and can change very quickly, You could be playing great this week and then go to the Circus Tavern and can't hit a thing. It's one of them weird things about darts, but that's the way it is.
Well, it's great to see you in great form. Wish you all the very best tonight, Martin. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Adams is just so good. In situations like this, he is so good when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. That was an awesome performance from Martin Adams, one of the best for many, many a year. What do I know? Absolutely outstanding darts from Martin Adams.
So, the age-old question, isn't it? What's the time, Mr. Wolf? Well, it's tungsten time, and you're taking on the Womble. It sounds like something out of the CBBS TV guide, but it should be a high-quality game here at the Super Series as Martin Adams takes on John Worsley in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. There may be a bit of kidology. That's about as close we'll get to CBBS or whatever you're talking about, Henry. Interesting there, Matt, how we're seeing a bit of a theme with a lot of players who are almost looking away now from a future or an immediate career within the PDC and looking a little further afield. Good for the game?
Variety is always good for the game, isn't it? Variety is good for anything. You never want a full monopoly on something because essentially, then what's the choices? The choices are just suck it up, where now we're getting to have lots of different opportunities for players. And the word that is coming up a lot, and it came up in that interview again there with John Worsley, was just the enjoyment factor. Because I can tell you, after having 11 years on that Pro Tour, there's nothing fun about it.
Game
no,
on.
You're right. It's brutal. And although I've been one of the BDO's biggest critics, and now, of course, that's gone, it's being run by the WDF. The one thing that
100
I did love was the camaraderie, the traveling, the meeting new players, and it just wasn't as brutal and as cutthroat as life in the PDC. And of course, we know the financial rewards
81
are within that PDC, but at what cost?
And with
52.
that, with the systems, and you talk about regrets over careers, there was one thing that I've recently learned, and for me, one of the regrets is jumping straight to the PDC, because one thing it does do is it doesn't teach you to be a winner, because you end up becoming complacent. Oh, I've got to the board final. You lost round 3. It's okay. I've got 1.5 grand. Brilliant. You don't get that for winning a tournament sometimes at the WDF. So one thing the WDF does is it teaches you to be a winner, because the prize fund doesn't come down very far.
No, and that money side of things was removed from, certainly when I was playing the BDO. You played for the prestige at the time in the 90s of winning these historic tournaments. I mean, when I won the Scottish Open, which is a long-running open within that system, I got £1,000. But what was more important was winning a
83,
winning a world ranking event. That was the prestige.
Do that on a night out, don't you, Mace?
Nowadays, yeah. 2 bottles of vodka, mate.
And
42. Martin, you require 102.
Martin will be hoping that he won't be ordering a taxi for a very long time. Always plays with half a smile on his face, doesn't he?
Game
Martin Adams, which may now be becoming a full smile.
If I could do that, so would I. Lovely. 102 checkout, 15 dart
Second
break
leg,
of
it's
throw.
Martin to throw first.
Almost.
Game on.
The perfect start.
Now, remember at the start of the show, I said John Worsley hasn't been playing a lot of darts. He's also alluded to that in his interview as well, saying how he doesn't feel fully cooked, feels a bit undercooked here. And question that maybe this early game, the early part of it, the dartboard needs to tell him he's playing well, because I don't think he knows fully.
Well, you can relate to that after, on the back of surgery, a late call-up. See it in boxing, don't we, when we get a fighter sort of step in at late notice. It's a rarity. They win for a reason.
43.
Fail to prepare to fail.
Well, if we split the hockey into two different sides, we've got the side where John Worsley's standing down, we've got the dartboard. When you don't do the practice and you're not confident in yourself, you need the side where the dartboard is to
93.
tell you it's going right. If it doesn't, it's a negative impact on the side where you are, because you're not coming to the hockey with confidence and control. You're waiting for an answer, and, you know, you said about myself, 2 classic cases. Night 1, I kicked off with a 13 darter, and it ended up going quite well.
82.
Night 2, it was about a 30 darter, and it went bad. Dartboard didn't give me the answer.
128.
Better leg already from John Worsley here. Just outside of a finishing position. Oh, hello. How to turn a leg on its head.
180. $100. Martin, you
Big
require
last
96.
start there from Worsley. The distress signals would have been fired without that one going in. And you'll be expecting from 82 to get at
56.
least a dart at the double.
John, you require 82.
He finds the ball. Oh, what? Got to be 15 and ball. Do you risk the treble 15? Not for me.
Well, this is a shot that could have gone very, very wrong.
Game
But
shot on
instead
the
it's gone
second leg.
very, very right.
John Worsley.
Big recovery there from John Worsley. It's one of those
Third leg,
darts
it's
where that
John's to
first
throw
one, if that
first.
would have gone
Game on.
just fractionally on the other side of the wire, a 3 or a 2, it would have to have been a treble.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you're in a world of trouble. Fortunately, it landed in the small 17, but that is the
100.
risk you take going for the ball.
Brilliant composure, though, from Worsley. You know, we don't have to think too hard to know the players. That would have,
60.
the arms would have been thrown up in the air and the whole world would have been against them at the point of missing the 25 and ball. Worsley just steps back, composes
100.
and comes back and delivers. The shot was still on and he took it.
Yep, uses those years of experience playing at the highest level. He's made the semi-final of a pro tour. He's won challenge tours. He's been in Euro tours.
95.
Remember that day well when he reached the semi-final up at Bolton, the old venue of the UK Open.
Used to be called the Reebok, didn't it?
137.
Yeah, what a venue that was. I was a big fan of the old UK Open and the atmosphere that generated. You still get that, though, now in room 3 to 8, certainly on that opening day.
Yeah, I was a big fan of it. I just want to
81.
big fan of the heat.
John, you require 164.
You didn't like Dennis Ovens?
For those of you who don't realise that the UK Open used to be played in the height of summer. Speaking of Dennis Ovens, I seen him at the World Championship.
94.
Absolutely incredible surprise. I've not seen Dennis for probably, I don't know, over 15 years, and he's not changed a bit. Still as dry-witted as ever.
Got a great story about Dennis Ovens, actually, so stay tuned for the next leg. Give you a little Dennis
171.
Ovens
John, you
cliffhanger.
require 70.
The way his darts lie, the closer he gets to the double will be more of an advantage.
30.
A lot of players you'll see trying to avoid getting close to the double, but Worsley actually helps with that flat-lying dart.
Treble 19, double 6, single 19 ball, which is why the players go that way, or used to. Martin Adams, old school. Go in the old school way. Cancel that.
You know when you buy a dartboard, you get out on those little checkout cards,
42.
don't you? That's like the Martin
John, you
Adams
require
route to
40.
everything.
From 1-0 down. He put himself 2-1 up.
30.
He's had his chance. One thing we
Martin,
know
you
about Martin
require
Adams is he doesn't
52.
give you too many of them.
No, he will make you pay. And on the double so far, he's 1 from 1.
$36. John, you require 10.
Another chance for Worsley. Can he hold on to his throw? Double 5. It's awkward. Even more awkward.
No score.
Yeah, look how flat the darts are. Well, they're below
Martin, you
horizontal,
require
which is
16.
what Matt was referring to. It sort of closed off half the target. Started so well this match. Both
8.
players with 15 dart
John, you
breaks of
require
throw.
10.
Now this one, at least will be 22. Now that, well, good luck.
Game shot on the third leg. John Worsley.
Superb.
I'm sure you've been sat with absolute bated breath
Fourth leg,
waiting
it's
for
Martin
the
to throw first.
Dennis
Game
Ovens
on.
cliffhanger. So on the tour, Dennis Ovens, towards the latter days, if he had a bounce out, he'd pull out of his pocket an extendable stick with a magnet on the end of it, extend the stick, pick the dart up with a
140.
magnet off the floor, and then retract the stick and put it back in his pocket again. I mean, I get it. As I'm getting older, I realise the floor's getting further and further away.
125.
Well, Dennis is a house builder, and back in the day doing the old solid breeze blocks, it took its toll on his spine. And I remember when he first
97.
introduced the telescopic magnet, we were like, what are you doing? What is that? And then we were like, damn, that's a good idea.
It used to take him ages, though, to pick the dart up. If there was a bounce out, it's like,
140.
ref, can you not just pick that up for us? It's going to take 10 minutes here for this process.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as strong enough. It was an actual magnet for if you work on cars or, I don't know, anything where you could drop a screw inside somewhere. That's what it was for, not necessarily a 22-gram dart. It was meant for like a 0.3 of a gram screw or a bolt or a nut.
Don't come away from there. No.
85.
Risks it.
Martin,
Goes
you
for it.
require 84.
Remember, the darts have to be retrieved in order for the points to count.
$44. John, you require 151.
Martin had these little quirks, doesn't he? Like when he's missed that shot there, he goes to the board and sort of
54.
shrugs his shoulders
Martin,
a
you
little
require
bit. He's
40.
understated in sort of that stage presence.
So that's how he's always dealt with a moment rather than allow
30.
it to
John, you
dominate the
require
thought
97.
process. He sort of laughs it off, and he's not done bad on it.
Well, it certainly worked for him over the years. Worsley, maybe about to jump in here.
85.
67
Martin,
years
you
old
require
now,
10.
Martin Adams. Playing quality darts. When I'm 67, I just hope to be alive.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Martin Adams.
Martin Adams still mixing it up with the very best.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $60.
This is sort of a leg where gets a little edgy. Both players will feel they should be in control of this match. Just 20% and 18% on the doubles, so
55.
it's one of them where whoever loses this is probably going to feel like they had the opportunities.
Yeah, it'll feel to both of them that it's a game I can win.
100.
Neither are producing darts that the other can equally as produce, if not better.
I love this angle when Martin Adams is playing. Look at that writing on that sporty, the dart, the tip, just all the time, just on the edge of that tee.
All in line as well with the branding above.
Every single time,
Yep.
every week, every dart.
Fully extended. Where John
125.
Worsley has quite a early release, doesn't he? Almost flicked.
There it is, the point touching that tee, right on the top. And that's probably why it's had so much longevity, isn't it? It's that repetition of action.
Yeah. Players that can do that are the ones like your Barnevelds and your Beatons and your Merv Kings.
135. Martin, you require
It's an action that's
132.
easy to replicate.
Oh, there you go, laughing it off, as we say.
Yep. Pick them out, as we say down the pub.
John, you require 81.
Picked all the low ones out with darts 1 and 2. It's a disastrous dart, needs a treble. Oh, well, he was attempting the double-double.
41.
Double 17 and
Martin, you require
tops.
66.
$18 for tops. Worsley nods along. He thinks he's seen it all
Game
before.
shot on the 5th leg. Martin
What
Adams.
he's hearing there, Charlie Corstefine, our referee, calling Martin Adams in to be just a leg away from the match. And I say every single week, that is the
Sixth
point
leg,
to
it's
break
Martin
the
to
throw.
throw
At
first.
2-2,
Game on.
when you can break the throw, you throw him first in the next leg for the match, you leave your opponent stood at the back of the stage. And when you're someone like Martin Adams, John Worsley might be about 45 seconds to a minute away now, in between darts.
Yep.
It's a lot of thinking time.
82.
Yeah, that's the beauty of that break right on that point, isn't it?
Whatever he's thinking
140.
about. It must have been positive. Great start there for Worsley. Good reaction.
$121.
Worsley filling it up again.
180.
First time in this match, Worsley gives us a full house.
Yeah, Martin, he's racked up 3.
$100.
So John Worsley looking good for the break back.
$83. $55. John, you required 98.
Michel van der Horst watching along. He was in Group B last night, which sign of confidence that he's booked his hotel through to the Sunday.
Absolutely.
Used to get that a lot on Euro tours,
42.
especially people
Martin, you
book up
require
to
143.
a certain date, like, oh, book to the 3rd round, and if I need to extend, then brilliant.
Yeah, I could never do that.
That's where I said earlier that sometimes that system teaches you to be acceptance of complacency.
Yeah, and you're planting a seed, aren't you?
41.
And it's
John, you require
it's
56.
ultimately just a negative one.
Where his darts lie, he's going to have to go to the left-hand
Game
side.
shot
He
the
gets
sixth
to the
leg.
left-hand side of the
John
dart, clatters
Worsley.
into the tungsten, and takes us all the way.
Almost feels like This one should have
Semifinal
gone all the
leg,
way,
it's
Matt.
John to
There's
throw first.
very little between them in terms of
Game
numbers.
To be honest, if you said to me now, right, we're going to extend this game to first to 10, I think it'd go 9-9. If you said, let's extend it first to 20, it'd go 19-19. And I think I'd just go with that pattern all the way through.
Yeah, I agree. Playing at similar levels.
They're not just playing similar levels in terms of this match, but playing similar levels in terms of this week. As the whole group have. We saw that graphic at the start of the night where every single player within that 6-visit bracket.
Yeah, whether it be a 16,
92.
a 17 or an 18 darter, that was the only things that differed between all 6 players tonight.
It will come down to a moment of genius or a mistake. In this case, it might be a moment of genius.
140.
Martin Adams chasing down for his 4th maximum. What that's done is it's made him very interested now in this leg.
59. $41.
20 more moments to dissect here.
56.
What Adams would do now for a 140.
$60.
Both players unable to leave finishers to 12 darts. So with that in mind, it's still advantage Worsley just for the fact he threw first in this match.
Yep. But needs a treble. And doesn't
58.
get one. Advantage now with Martin Adams. He's had 4 140s, twice as many as Worsley in this match. Love a 5th.
$80.
Well,
John,
he'd
you
be
require
devastated with that.
136.
Especially with the treble 20 being the first dart. He will get a shot at it.
$46.
Worsley will be
Martin,
devastated
you
with that
require
one. A very
100.
erratic end to this match. Who can hold it together?
Oh, 2 at tops. And the arms being thrown in the air. But double 19, they'd really throw him in the air.
Game, shots,
Oh
and
dear.
the match.
Well,
Martin
that's a tough
Adams.
way to lose for John Worsley, but as we always say, if we are going to lose in this opening game, only lose by the odd leg. Martin Adams with a 87.57 average, 4 from 13 on the doubles. You'll have to tidy that up a bit. We did have a ton plus out, the 102 from Martin. John Worsley, 83.20, 3 from 13 on the doubles. When we come back, we return to Group 1 for a fascinating game between Andy Hamilton and Gary Stone.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Martin Adams pulled out 2 tub plus finishes, including a ton on the nose in the deciding leg to get the better of John Worley by 4 legs to 3. Wolfie getting up and running with a victory, and he pretty much spent the whole of the advert break signing autographs for the crowds here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And you have the unique opportunity to get up close and personal with a darting legend like Wolfie. If you head over to dartshop.tv, like the publicans that are in the crowd this evening have done, then you can be a part of the audience here at the MODUS Super Series on a Saturday night from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the south coast of England. Right, let's get into our third game of the evening session now, shall we? And it sees Andy Hamilton in action, the 2012 PDC World Championship semi-finalist. Now, he lost out by 4 legs to 1 in his opening game of the evening against Neil Duff, the Duff man in fine fettle. But Andy did have his patches in that game as well. He takes on Gary Stone. Slow start to his week, having only picked and amassed 1 victory on his Thursday night, but completed the card on Friday to qualify for tonight's finals. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with Gary. Gary, welcome to Saturday night here at the Super Series. Would it be fair to say a week of contrasting nights so far?
Oh, definitely. I don't think you could have 2 different nights if you tried. I thought I was happy to get through last night, but I still don't feel as if I'm anywhere near the way I've played before, so which is a good thing. And the way I was thinking about it this morning was look at like Chris Landman when he won. Chris never really hit the ground running all week and then took the title on the Saturday night, so I'm hoping that's what's going to happen tonight.
Are you a big analyser of the game like that?
I can be when things don't go my way. Normally I just brush it off and just whatever, but Thursday really kind of took me back a wee bit. It's been years since I've played that, but in my own eyes, I watched a wee bit of the Friday, and Mace had said about, oh, he didn't play that bad. Maybe in mine he'd have probably played a lot worse than what I did, but that kind of took me back a wee bit because I'm not used to playing that bad on that stage. So no, I was just wondering what went wrong there, but thankfully I done the damage last night and we're here. So
did that almost give you a bee in your bonnet that yesterday you knew what you had to do and you got the job done? Yeah, but
it happened before in Southampton. I can remember playing Nick Fulwell in the last game and I was so dejected. I'd lost the first 3, same again, Group B, Thursday night. And I thought, just win this one and we'll see how we go. And I managed to win the last leg, decided against Nick, came in the Friday, won the 4 games, got through to the Saturday. So I've done it before, I knew what I had to do. As you say, when you're focused like that, it's just about getting the job done.
And finally, into tonight, how do you fancy your chance? A lot of experienced players in that practice room, but you must feel like the form of the last 12 months that if you play like Gary Stone can, you've got a very good chance.
Well, this is it. This is what it's always been. If I can go up there and play my own game, how I can play, then it's mine to lose in my eyes. No disrespect to any guy in that room. I mean, Neil's won the WDF World Championships, Martin Adams, multiple world champion, Andy Hamilton, world champion finalist. The room's littered with brilliance, really. So, but no, as long as I go up there and do my own thing, relax, rely on my natural ability, and then we'll see where it takes us.
We wish you all the best, Gary. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
So, in the MODUS Super Series, we're going to see whether Gary is made of granite and whether Stone can get over the line. He takes on Andy Hamilton, who needs to win in this game to progress his way through to the semi-finals from 10 o'clock this evening. Right, let's get into this one with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, a fascinating little encounter. It's great to, well, just get a bit of insight with how Gary felt. Like I said, I don't think he played. Just the results didn't go his way, and there was moments that just didn't go for him on Thursday, and I think that's something he's always struggled to accept. It was something that I could never deal with. That why can I play out me boots on one day and like a Wally the next? But that's the nature of individual sport that has such fine margins involved. Even the very elite
first
have off
leg,
days.
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And I'm not talking about myself in that context, by the way.
It was nice actually to have an interview for Gary Stone. I'm going to give you a bit of a story here over the last couple of days. I've gone and done my interview. I've gone into the back room and said, Gary, you're up next. And he's gone in. He stood in the interview room for about 5 minutes. And they've come in and gone, Gary, what you in here for? So I've just been sent through from my interview. But no, he's having you on. You're not being. So he's come in. He's said some things I can't repeat live. And then next day, same thing again. Gary, you're off. Up he gets. Off he goes again. 2 days in a row. So he'll probably be delighted to have actually got an interview today.
Oh, I bet he showed you some sympathy when you didn't get through last night.
140.
Yeah, who laughed last day?
Yeah. Karma. Positive start from both
28.
up until that point. That was Gary worrying about what Andy's doing. You have no control. You can only control the you and the now. This is lovely.
140.
Does have the advantage, and I think it's an advantage of already having a game before Gary plays his first match.
99.
The other thing we know about Gary is he's doesn't always
Andy
enjoy
required
playing the more
126.
methodical players, and Andy Hamilton is slow to deliver the dart. He's slow to collect the dart as well, so he's not someone you get too much rhythm against. Oh, beautiful. 88.
Would have
110.
been a stunning finish. May not have gone that way had Gary Stone been on a finish.
100. Andy
And a high
requires
finish.
16.
Can't afford to take too many risks in a best of 7. Slides it the wrong way.
Game
Gets it
shot on
right
the
this
first
time.
leg.
And it
Andy
is.
Hamilton.
The opening leg going to Hamilton with a 15 dart hold. And you heard the
Second
roar.
leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
I predicted Gary Stone to win Lakeside this year. Glenn Durrant predicted Gary Stone to win Lakeside this year. He was a lot of people's tip.
81.
But if there was ever going to be something that was Gary Stone's biggest problem, it was going to be Gary Stone. And he sort of gets on his own back, and that clarity of thought isn't always there. Was we seeing a little bit of that at the back end of that leg? He wanted 234.
41.
Just stayed on the 20s. Yes, he got the treble with the last start, which left him a finish, but the switch to the 19 would have left the better option. Was that him just already giving up on the leg and just throwing darts at the 20s?
Yeah.
81.
So when he wins tournaments, he almost wins it from the off and is rarely in any kind of trouble.
Well, that was a triple head shake there from Gary Stone. From the point of getting the darts out to getting back
27.
behind Hamilton. Give that head an almighty shake.
Even Andy give his head a little wobble there. 41 and
100.
27 after a 15 dart leg. He's gone out for leg 2.
He's disappointed with tons here, Gary Stone, and that tells me he's probably more the feel of it. Yes, the darts are going in, he's getting the ton, but he doesn't feel confident in himself right
43.
Yeah, and you can go through spells like that, and sometimes your expectations have got to be a bit more realistic. Otherwise you get, and it's a word I use all the time, you get too emotionally invested, and that will then
78.
prevent you from performing at your optimum level, something you discuss all the time.
Would you put some of it down to what we discussed in the opening leg, the potential lack of rhythm against someone like Andy Hamilton? Because Gary Stone's been back at the stage now for a good 8 to 10 seconds before Hammer even thrown it up.
Yeah, but what you're doing then is giving your opponents a
Gary
massive leg up.
required
Just for sake,
161.
I was still playing, and I seen what it was like. I'd slow him down to a standstill and do everything in my power to
137.
get right under his nose. And other players will do the same. They'll see it, and you're basically leaving yourself exposed.
There are things you can do as well. You can take a slightly longer walk. You can slow down the walk as well, because Hammer has not thrown a single dart at the board until Gary Stone's at the back of the stage already.
Gary required 24.
Yeah, I always advise that. Go for a little
Game
wander.
shot on the
That's
second
better
leg.
from Gary Stone.
Gary Stone.
2 holds of throw. Coming in similar
Third leg, it's
styles.
Andy to throw
Averages
first. Game on.
a little between them. 92.60 Hamilton, 93 for Gary Stone.
We've discussed what par is for these players. It's between 16 and 18 darts, 6 visits to the board. Gary Stone was at the top end of that, 16 darts, and looked
85.
disappointed. So he is playing to par levels. He's not excelling. He's playing to par, and that's where that disappointment shouldn't be eking in when you're playing
40.
to the standard. It should only come in when you're doing things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It took a while for the penny to drop for me, but listen, we all want to play well, but ultimately, you all want to win trophies and you all want to win checks. So
42.
worry more about winning, and I think the performances will take care of themselves. He's been working with somebody up in Scotland with regards to his mentality.
100.
So, no doubt a sports psychologist or similar.
I think that's vital in this sport because, let's be honest, this is a sport that's based more on managing expectation and managing disappointment, because if you average 100, you have hit 33% of your targets and missed 66%.
58.
And we'll sit here and go, wow, he's averaged a ton, what a great performance. You've missed 66% of the time.
Yeah, I remember us having this conversation, and I'd never, ever
97.
thought of it like that. Not once. So we should be used to being disappointed.
Especially if you have a night out with me, it'll be...
134. $121.
Andy Hamilton has been on the stage already tonight, a 4-1 defeat to Neil Duff, which means he's going to need a 4-1 in reply here against Gary Stone to really keep himself interested and not worrying too much about what happens in the last fixture.
130.
The thing he can't do, he can't book his
Gary
place through
required
guaranteed here. That is 2
143.
points and a positive leg difference, which now gone past.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton winning here,
83.
and then he'll have to rely on
And he required 52.
Neil Duff doing him a favour. Yeah, the rule of thumb here is to have at least 2 points and a positive leg difference.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Hamilton is more than up for this one. This is why I felt the knockout
Fourth leg is
scenario
Gary to throw
suits
first.
Andy's
Game on.
mentality. He just loves getting involved and having a scrap.
And instant feedback as well. That's what the crowd gives. Just that
100.
little ripple of applause, but that reaction, that someone going with you and going with that emotion. There are some players that just love that instant feedback and reaction, and Andy Hamilton, you've got to say, is up there with those.
57.
Just struggling to string some quality together.
91.
And again, exactly on the money, Matt. It's that 6 visit again, isn't it? That last leg. That range.
Gary Stone wasn't too happy with that reaction, was he? You saw him shaking his head, probably, oh, it's only a par, and the bottom end of
96.
par, the 18-darter. Some players really do take homage to a celebration, especially if it's not something big that's happened.
Yeah.
140.
His mindset would be, oh, calm down, it's an 18-darter. Well, you've had 15 darts to win the leg.
But And again, if I saw someone shaking their head at a reaction, I would turn it up.
Oh, yes.
134.
It wouldn't just be a bow, it'd be a
Gary
triple bow.
required
And a curtsy.
170.
Oh, dear. And a backflip.
95.
Great last start. Remember that one with Justin Pipe and Kevin Painter?
World Grand Prix.
Yeah.
55. Gary requires 75.
Oh, bogey left there from Hammer.
Yeah. Tops for a level game.
55.
That's where that last dart, just slipping in the treble 5. It wasn't a miscount, it was just a dart going the wrong side of the wire. And normally when that happens, you come up at 2 trebles and think, as if.
93. Gary required 20.
Great call from our spotter there.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Again, into
Gary
a
Stone.
6th visit, 16 darter. Nothing between
5th leg,
them.
it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $22.
Oh dear. That's a disaster.
So much room to the left, but he's switching downstairs and finds a
177.
maximum visit. That is punishment.
Personified.
Remind you, Andy Hamilton has already lost a game tonight, so if Gary Stone does win this, he will
43.
automatically qualify himself and take Neil Duff with him.
Yeah, and then the match between Gary Stone and Neil Duff will be full position. The winner of Group A will play the
100.
runner-up in Group 2, and the reward for winning Group A is that player will get the throw in that first semi-final. The only time we go up for the ball is before the final.
It feels so relevant now to update the permutations because this feels like a
93.
real defining moment in the match that's really going the way of Gary Stone.
Absolutely. A break here, and he will have the darts to serve it out, and he's been rock solid on throw so far.
140.
Couple of 16 dart holds. Nothing Andy can do from 3-4-3 to leave a finish.
Six visits to the board average.
140.
So it'll be a
Gary
mistake
required 84.
or a moment of genius.
This leg could have been
44.
exactly that. He had the potential for an 11 darter. He's left tops after 12. Gary Stone on the verge. Another one of those.
171.
Double 16.
Gary required
There
40.
is pressure.
$20.
Oh, he loses this leg.
And he required 32.
I fear the worst for him in the next leg because he will be raging.
No conviction in any of those darts for Gary Stone. Was that the 171 of Andy Hamilton? Big maximum visit.
Game shot on the 5th
And
leg.
he somehow
Andy
rescued
Hamilton.
the leg. 343 points on the board when Gary Stone was approaching the
6th
oche to
leg, it's
win the
Gary
leg.
to throw first.
Ended up somehow losing that one, and he's now throwing with frustration, but throwing brilliantly.
180.
Yeah, well, what happens in this situation is you think, oh, just no matter what I do, it's just not my night. And you just throw with freedom, very much like you do if you're in a race to 11 and you're 10-2 down. You just begin to open the shoulders and play with freedom.
Well, you accept the outcome, don't you?
Yeah. So you're no longer invested in this particular game, and you throw like you would in practice with absolute freedom.
41.
I mean, the two on the top of the wire, the treble 20, are seriously unlucky.
Victory for Andy Hamilton will keep him very interested in regards to the night, but he'd have to sit and watch Gary Stone and Neil Duff, and that poses questions as well. What do you do if you're Andy Hamilton? Do you carry on practicing and hope that your night
60.
continues? Do you sit down and watch? I mean, you've got to play as if you're still going to be in, but you're not going to know until a lot later on.
96.
Wait for Martin Adams and Colin McGarry, who are up next. And then the match between Gary Stone and Neil Duff will take place. But this has been a good response from Gary Stone. And barring
55.
that fifth leg, both players on throw have been rarely threatened.
$100.
Bit of deja vu here. Andy Hamilton nowhere near a finish. Gary Stone on 84.
93. Gary, you require 84.
Well,
44.
it is an absolute carbon copy. This is where Andy Hamilton hit that big maximum visit using the treble 19s.
He won't fill the treble 20. Ooh.
99. Gary, you require 40.
And this is where this one sails in. Maybe not. Big deflection.
20.
Well, he's done it again.
Andy, you require
Can Andy
94.
Hamilton cause the punishment? He's gone aggressive. And he's gone well. 2 darts at tops.
Game
and Andy
shot.
Hamilton
And the match.
survives darts
Andy
on Gary
Hamilton.
Stone and puts himself in with a possibility still of qualifying through this group. And he is delighted. He might be 56 years old. He might have been around this game for a long time, but that winning feeling still feels the same for the Hammer. He will now have to sit around and wait for the result of Gary Stone versus Neil Duff. We'll talk you through all the possibilities when that game comes up. But before then, we've got Martin Adams coming back to the stage to take on Colin McGarry.
Colin McGary with a beautiful 12-darter.
McGarry in rapid time is 3-0 up against Trina.
Game
What
shot
a
the first
finish.
leg.
Everything he
Colin
touches
McGarry.
turns to gold. And a
Game
101
shot
to
the
finish
third
as
leg.
well. McGarry continues to impress.
Conor McGary takes to the stage in the Saturday night setup here at the MODUS Super Series. And what a first game he has got in front of him. Martin Wolfie Adams, who's already a victor this evening, beating John Worley in a last leg decider by 4-3. What's going to happen in this one? Let's find out with Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. And these two will be more than aware of each other, having played against each other many times in rival teams in the internationals over the years. Martin, of course, the very proud former England captain. This is another fascinating clash. So nice to see players lock horns who may have not done so throughout the week. Did
First
ultimately
leg,
have
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
3 players come through to finals night who ultimately started the week off on the B of Bang in John Worley, Colin McGary and Neil Duff.
100.
Colin McGary well up to speed. He played very, very well, especially on Friday.
100.
Friday afternoon.
45.
Colin McGarry's average for the session, so over the course of 5 matches, 96.99.
60.
Started the week with an 83, and an 81, and then jumped to 88.76. Almost on par on Thursday, 86.26, but Friday, 96.99, our highest daily average of the week.
45.
Remember, first time I ever
55.
watched Colin McGarry, 2004 PDC World Darts Championship. He was actually touted as somewhat of a dark horse when he drew Phil Taylor, someone who might have been able to have toppled him in that event. You'd have been
100.
around in that same sort of time and know what sort of player he was on those sort of floor events. And sometimes, or certainly then, we didn't have the access to data like we do now with Dart Connect systems. It was very rare that we sort of saw a player come through that sort of came through with that time of hype.
Yep. Yeah, and he was hyped for a reason.
45. Colin, you require
Should have come out of there.
106.
He isn't a player that likes to switch. But we'll see a switch here to the single 6 for his beloved tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
It is
Colin McGary.
beautiful start from Colin McGary, a 15-dart break of throw.
2004 World Championship was the year we
Second
had
leg,
that
it's Colin
iconic
to
clash
throw
between
first. Game
Will
on.
Taylor and Kevin Painter, who will be coming up next week. Kevin Painter, the artist, will be joining us in the live lounge.
He went to Q School, didn't he? Just to be able to play in the Challenge Tour.
140.
Yeah, wants to try and pick up one of those seniors titles, and the best way to do so is to make sure you're getting lots of competitive action and matches.
Yeah, and that drives you to put the hours in.
140.
You're financially invested and committed. You want to turn up there and be the best version of yourself.
Gives you something to look forward to as well. If you've got a tournament in 3 months' time,
140.
are you going to start practicing tomorrow?
No.
Tomorrow becomes tomorrow, and then you get about 2 weeks out and go, oh, best get ready for this.
You've seen my diary for the seniors then.
140.
Pretty much my schedule of last year, that was. Oh, I've got a tournament in 10 days. Let's have a throw.
Well, they've traded 140s at the start here. Got to come out.
95.
Well, he risked it for a biscuit.
Remember being on commentary up in Hull for the seniors match play, and
121.
Colin McGary was so good in that event. So much so that a lot of people expected that he'd beat Phil Taylor when they clashed at the Circus Tavern. But scar tissue sometimes runs a little deep.
100.
Yeah, he played Phil Taylor, didn't he? Certainly got one nowhere near playing the board. And probably because of the fact that Phil is
42.
far from
Colin, you require
the player he
72.
was. I think that puts even more pressure on you.
You want the story, don't you?
Yeah, it was a game that felt like almost impossible to win.
32.
Now you look
Martin,
and
you
think,
require
"Ooh, I
58.
wonder."
Game show on the second leg.
I think some players at the back of the stage will have a little look, or they'll look at the floor. Colin McGary sort of peering over his shoulder. He wants to see everything that's going on. He wants no surprises
Third leg,
whatsoever.
it's Martin to throw first.
Super
Game
response
on.
from Martin, that leg. 14 dart break back. An indifferent opening leg from Martin, which why there is such a disparity in the averages. Colin McGary 96.2, 86.48 for Martin at the moment.
83.
One of the real interesting things for me during that run as well at the match play was the interviews afterwards with Colin McGary, where he talked about how
60.
he never really committed to trying to become professional and doing the tour because of the family, and that took priority in terms of the funds that he had. And he is here representing the ADC, and that is a system that at the moment is starting to change that
180.
story, because where traditionally you'd have to travel and put all the investment in.
A circuit for almost a year.
Exactly. Now you can do it down your local with the vault system
60.
and everything that the ADC is doing that can bring you here to the Super Series and put you in the limelight.
$121.
Oh, Adams
60.
running away
Martin
with this one at the moment.
117.
17 to get the job done. That's one of the beauties of this sport. Can't just get yourself in front and coast to the finishing
45.
line. You've got to get over. First treble was a leg for McGary, but it may be
80.
a bit too late.
Martin, you require 72.
Double 18, back to back.
Game show on the third leg.
14 dart legs.
Martin Adams.
Well, you said it, and you said it very
Fourth leg
well.
is
It will
Colin to
take
throw
something a
first.
little bit
Game
special to break that cycle.
It is always special when we have Martin Adams here, the three-time Lakeside champion. If you are tuning in to watch Martin Adams today,
140.
please do hit that subscribe button. Join us here at the MODUS Super Series. We have legends of the sport and the up-and-comers. We've seen Luke Littler here last year on his journey. We see legends of the sport like Martin Adams and Kevin Painter joining us next week.
140.
So if you are watching, hit that subscribe button, and also there's a little thumbs up button just underneath your screen there. Let's give that a little press as well. Shows
57.
you're enjoying the action here tonight at the Super Series.
Yeah, and we're keeping an eye on it, so we can see whether you're conforming with Mr. Edgar's thoughts. But we do really appreciate your support on that
100.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
In fact, I'm going to like it myself because I'm loving the action tonight.
What a complex start there, isn't it, from McGarry?
It is, and he's got the grip quite close to the point as well, hasn't he? So that's probably where the scallop is just going to help out into relation to the balance point of the darts. It's just going to move it very slightly.
140.
Yeah, it means that you also put the dart in the grip style in the same place every time. That was why I came up with the idea of doing it many years ago. Basically had a straight barrel, put permanent marker on it, practiced it for 3 hours, took it the boys down Windmill and put a scallop there. The only part that was wore out was the exact part where I continually rolled the dart into my grip phase.
Yeah, one of the greatest tips I've ever heard, that was. McGary could be in trouble here.
86.
Martin Adams, 24 points away after just 12 darts.
Yeah, the average starting to ramp up, and
shot
this is a beautiful performance. 13 dart break to go with the back-to-back 14 darters.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Well, nice. I asked the viewers if they're enjoying it, and if they are, to give us a thumbs up. They must be loving it tonight because they are rocketing.
I can see it. I can see the counter spinning in front of my eyes. Well, since leg 2, Martin Adams has been averaging 110.
57.
Just 41 darts used to win the following 3 legs. Right on cue, starts with a 26.
Be glad you worked that one out, won't
you?
100.
Overall averages in this one, Martin Adams 95.03, Colin McGarry 88.10.
96.
And because Adams has broke that 93, that's why he's got that little advantage in the scoreline, because it means he's more likely to get a 5-visit leg.
Yep. Colin McGarry, his weekly numbers is 87.36, so he's almost playing to type, which is why we spend so much time putting the numbers together, because as a rule they're never usually too far away, and Martin Adams' peak performance this week was 97.52. McGarry tops in a much needed max.
Having a look at the scoreboard here. 25 on the ball, maybe the option here with the last dart to leave that finish,
90.
and he finds it smack in the middle of the board.
Yeah, lovely dart from Martin, and it just adds a bit more pressure to this visit from McGarry. He was looking for 2 treble 18s to leave tops.
58. Martin, you require 145.
Not sure, the 58's enough.
This is for the match. Not just for the match, but also the qualification through to the semi-finals. Martin Adams already won a game against Jonathan Worsley 4-3, but he's going to have to wait if he's going to get 28. This one wrapped up.
Colin, you require 110.
Slack visit there from Adams, who opened the leg with a 26.
78.
Can he take the 117?
Martin, you require 117.
For the match, took 102 out in his opening game against John Worsley. Well, that's... he can't believe it either. Neither can we in here.
41. Colin, you require 32. Game shot on the 5th leg. Colin McGarry.
Gets one back in 16.
6th leg, it's Colin to throw first.
It's actually
game on.
The longest leg of the match. That legs of 16, 15, 2 14s and a 13.
We've seen so much smiling before in a game of darts. We've got the guy that's winning smiling, the guy that's losing smiling. There's two guys really enjoying a battle.
$60.
Who will be smiling come the end of this one? But McGarry, this is the dream
57.
position to be in, really, when you're sat in fixture number 2, because you know if you lose this one, you've still got another chance in that last fixture where they'll take on John Worley, who lost 4-3 in the opening round to Martin Adams.
100.
Yeah, I think McGary had the slot that I would want.
100.
Well, it almost feels like you get two opportunities, doesn't it? Where when you go up first, you're almost more panic.
Correct.
$140.
Expect to see McGarry start on the 19s here. But he's just gone with plan A.
140.
Yeah, it's risky business, that. Trouble 19 was the shot with dart 3. The single 19 would have left 164.
Well, plan B there for McGarry. He just seemed to be do plan A better.
A little stat that both of us have not picked up on. Matt, 3 out of 3 on the doubles, Martin Adams.
93. Martin, you require 101.
Well, with that in mind, if he gets the treble, statistically, it should be game over.
Yeah, if he gets a go, he's dangerous. Can still finish. Trouble 20, double 18. Gets it. A very, very good win.
65.
He's had a dart for the match. He's had a dart to put himself
70.
through. Can McGarry take us all the way? Can he take the reprieve? One more dart, double 10.
60.
That may be the last dart he throws in this fixture.
Martin, you require 36.
Cross to double 9.
Game, shot,
Finds it.
and the match.
Martin Adams is through. A 4-2 victory over Colin McGarry. Martin Adams is in the semi-final stage, the first man to be guaranteed in. He can go get himself ready for that. For Colin McGarry, he's got another opportunity to book his place. He'll be taking on John Worley in a game's time. But we have a big game over in Group 1. A game that features all 3 players with interest. Gary Stone will be taking on Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Martin Adams has got a date with the semi-finals, getting the better of Colin McGarry 4-2 before the break. And that man there, Neil Duff, will join him if he gets the solitary leg against Gary Stone here. 1 leg to qualify, 2 to win the group. Any Stone winner, he qualifies. Meanwhile, Andy Hamilton qualifies with a Neil Duff win. That's the equations. Let's head down to comms with Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And thank you for explaining that for us. It's absolutely crystal. These are always tricky permutations. We think we've got it
Game on.
locked down, and we'll go deeper as a whichever conclusion looks the most likely. But there is an option for everyone to qualify, but only 2, of course, can.
Andy Hamilton's got 2 cracks at this, hasn't he? He's either the biggest Gary Stone fan in the world or the biggest Neil Duff fan, because if Gary Stone wins 4-0, he will take Andy Hamilton through with him and eliminate Neil Duff.
Correct.
140.
But then any Neil Duff win takes Andy Hamilton. So this might be one of those situations where he starts off cheering on Gary Stone and then switches allegiance pretty quick.
60.
Yeah.
You know, like when you watch horse racing with a child and they want the one that's in front, and then they change it to the one that's in front.
123.
One thing we've seen from Gary Stone is that big explosive performance where
97.
it's not unreasonable to think he could get a 4-0 victory somewhere.
Yeah, he can play in those streaks, can't he? Really go through the gears.
Game shot on the first leg.
Case in
Gary
point.
Stone.
12 dart.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Hold of throw.
Game on.
Do you think Andy Hamilton knows about the possibility of the 4-0 Stone, or is he just thinking, come on, Neil Duff?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
One of the things I've noticed is the players all want to know what's going on. They want to... I was in there in Group B, and there was a lot like, Matt, what happens in this? Matt, what happens here? And it's like, I don't want to look. I just want to get on with it. And like, oh, is this how it is? Is that? And they just wanted to. They want to be so sure about all the different possibilities.
125.
Yeah, when I played, I had a similar scenario, and I said, I'm not looking because I don't want to know. Work it out for yourself, so go and ask somebody.
57.
Yeah, I should have tried that approach, really, shouldn't I?
You can get yourself embroiled in things that
45.
don't really have any bearing on what you're doing.
Great 140.
Down to a finish after 9, as he was in leg 1.
The rhythm of Gary Stone just feels so much better in this game than
64.
when he took on
Gary
Andy Hamilton a couple of games' time, going down 4-2 in that fixture.
Well, when you see him playing darts at this level,
64.
I understand his frustration, but
167.
it's just something you have to get your napper around.
41. Gary require 100.
There's one of them.
Game
There's
shot on
the
the
other.
second leg.
Wowzers.
Gary Stone.
What a start to the match. 12 dart break of throw with a hold of throw with a 107
It's Gary to throw
in
first.
leg 1.
Game
100
on.
out, including tops for a 15 dart break of throw in leg 2.
55.
Despite the 55 start, Gary Stone still averaging 105.7 after
140.
the opening 2 legs. Neil Duff on 90.
43. $80.
Back in the groove.
140.
Fourth, 140. 8 scores of a ton or more in 2.5 legs.
55.
Treble 20 is the shot.
139.
Well, it seemed like a distant possibility at the start of the game. It may still be after a maximum there for Neil Duff.
Gary required
What a time to get
124.
that. Oh, my goodness.
99.
Well, that
Neil, you
miss
required
there
46.
could be the difference between Neil Duff's inclusion in the semi-finals and not.
6.
Wow.
Gary required 25.
They had 2 darts and 2 opportunities. The way Gary Stone's playing, they're going to be limited opportunities.
Game
And there's going to be
shot
no
on the
more
third
in this
leg.
leg. Gary
Gary
Stone
Stone.
averaging 102.48 here. In a bit of a demolition job at the moment of Neil
Fourth leg,
Duff.
it's Neil to throw first.
When it's going
Game on.
your way, he hit a small one there, going for a big one. Yeah, dart 2 slammed straight in double 12.
140. $96.
This is that leg where Andy Hamilton will be, first of all, hoping Gary Stone can get the job done. And then if Neil Duff wins it, he'll be switching allegiance straight to Neil Duff.
Yeah. He's either hoping for a bagel or he will be hoping for an
95.
incredible comeback from Neil Duff.
It's a horrible situation to be in as well if you're Andy Hamilton sat off stage at the moment.
60.
Watching 2 players almost decide your fate for you. Will he be going and getting in the car and heading off to the MK Arena to
96.
take part in Q School tomorrow, or will he be back on the practice board and getting ready for the semis?
Well,
100. Neil, you
the
require
moment, it looks
170.
very much like Gary Stone will win the match, but not before Neil Duff gets maybe just a consolation
132.
leg that he needs.
$95. Neil, you require 38.
He's hoping for a 6, I can
Game
assure
shot, the
you, but
fourth
he will
leg.
not mind
Neil
that.
Duff.
A 14 dart holder throw from Neil Duff
Fifth leg,
ensures
it's Gary to
his
throw
place in the
first. Game on.
semi-final.
Can't imagine the panic and the thoughts going through the head of Neil Duff when you come on stage
60.
and think, 1 leg and I'm in.
Well, that's what you don't want to know, isn't it?
See your opponent running off at over 100 average, 2 ton plus checkouts.
80.
Yeah, you're fearing the worst. Well, what Andy Hamilton wants now is Neil Duff
95.
to produce the miracle fight back. 'Cause at the moment, Gary Stone
100.
and Andy Hamilton can still qualify.
$41. $45. $43.
Now the scenario of needing just one more leg.
100.
Well, it's flip-flopped, isn't it? Because now Gary Stone is going through the same emotion that Neil Duff was going through.
Neil Duff, the
56.
man who we can now also state is the WDF #1. Because Andy Barton's picking up his PDC tour card today, Yellow Class and getting his yesterday, which means they're going to come off the rankings.
140.
In fact, Apple Puhai and Luke Littler also got cards. So out the top 5, Neil Duff's the only man standing.
87. Neil, you
You're in the
require
top, got to be in
36.
somewhere near the top 16 after another couple of days of one more
Game
day
shot
of
on the
Q
fifth
school.
leg. Neil Duff.
Well, I'm just working it out at the moment, and I think I'm up to about number 3, and you're number 5,
Sixth
mate.
leg. Neil to throw first. Game on.
There's no one left. They're all getting tour cards. Shows the system's still working, though.
135.
Yes, we've got the development tours and the challenge tours, but that WF tour still
96.
seems to be producing the talent.
Yeah, the ones getting the cards. $140. Was there many in the top 10 that didn't try and get a card?
134.
The way it's looking, we've got Barton's Klassen, Alpha High on there. Luke Littler's already got one. James Hurrell's going to get one. Plaisir looks good. Landman looks good.
100.
And Lauby and Ben Robb are in with the chat. We could have 9 out of the top 10 get cards, and the only one not getting a card would be Neil Duff, who's
83.
here.
Neil, you require 126.
Start looking at flights to Romania. Come with you.
The top 10 will be gone.
90.
Find out tomorrow at the conclusion of Q School. But this game looks like it's going to go all the way in order to get the conclusion
97.
here. Neil
Neil, you
Duff,
require
36 points
36.
away from levelling it up. Andy Hamilton will be in the back room signing up to the Neil Duff fan club, getting his Gary
27.
Stone voodoo
Gary
doll.
required 91.
Maybe be poking things into it right now. Oh, no.
Game, shots, and the
Gary
match.
Stone
Gary Stone
gets the job done, and it is Neil Duff and Gary Stone who make it through to the semi-finals. Gary Stone there, 93-31. Good performance from both, has to be said. 92-72 for Duff. Only won 180 in the match, and that went the way of Neil Duff. 1 ton plus out, finishing from Gary Stone. Very good, 80% 4 from 5. Well, we return to the final of the group games as Colin McGarry takes on John Worsley in a straight shootout.
So Adams, Stone and Stuff through to the semi-finals here at the MODUS Super Series. The final game of the group between Colin McGarry and John Worsley will decide the fourth and final name into the semi-finals. Watching this on Dan in commentary, Chris Mason is alongside Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. And this one a little less complicated than our previous match. Basically boils down to whoever wins joins Martin Adams. But we do know that it will be Neil Duff versus the winner of this match. And Martin Adams against Gary Stone. Players just having their obligatory warm-up darts. It will be
First leg, it's Colin to
Colin
throw
McGary
first.
with the
Game
honour.
on.
This is a nice situation, though.
Yeah.
We had the last game where we're looking at if this happens, if that happens. This is essentially now the quarter-final, because we know that the semi-final place is up for
58.
grabs here. So, if mentality-wise, quarters, semi-final.
Correct. That is exactly the scenario I treat it as.
83.
You are now in knockout darts mode.
$82.
It's good sometimes because when you play these groups, you almost feel like you've got more opportunity. You have a bad game. Oh, it's okay. I've got another 3 games, got another 2 games. You end up start ticking them off, and before too long,
43.
you've run out of opportunities. You don't want that situation. You don't want to feel like you've got extra lives.
Yeah, and I personally struggle with that whole scenario.
100.
Always played darts pretty much, with the exclusion of the Grand Slam. You're either in or you're out.
And playing after losing, oh, that is a different feeling.
Yep.
100.
It's ironic because when you play a tournament, when you get beat, you always think, I could have another go at that right now. And then when you do get another go at it, like in a group stage like this, it's like you almost don't want it. It's like, no, I've lost now. I don't want to play again. Got the ump.
$60.
Been many a player that's been very good at getting the ump, hasn't they,
100.
over time. We don't tend to get too much here at the Super Series.
$83. Colin, you require 101.
First poke to McGarry.
$69.
Nice
John, you
setup shot
require
there from McGarry.
132.
Forced in the hand of Worsley. Unable to find.
63. Colin, you
So we
require
have broke
32.
that sort of par area that we've been talking about, the 6
Game
visits.
shot
We
on the
have gone
first
into the
leg.
7th, but
Colin McGarry.
that's just a sign of the early nerves.
This is the 4th meeting between
Second
the
leg,
two.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
Monday, John was a 4-2 winner. Tuesday, more convincing 4-0. Wednesday, a bit of revenge for McGary, winning a real tight one, 4-3.
95. $100.
Jonathan Worsley hasn't been playing a lot of darts recently. Got other interests at the moment. He's got his bar.
100.
Something you know a lot about at the minute, Mace.
Yeah, and you'd think you'd have all the time in the world to spend on the dartboard, but sadly, the dartboard's there staring at you, but you rarely get a chance to get on it.
140. John, you require 143.
That 140's got McGary back in the leg.
83. Colin, you require 161.
Couple of trebles. For a dart, the ball won't go. So for a player who likes tops, who has a dart line like Worsley does,
96. John, you require
wants to be
60.
as close to the double as he can be. Also keeps you well away from the possibility of busting.
Game shot on
Well,
the second
Darryl
leg.
Gurney's
John
and Luke
Worsley.
Littler have both introduced flatties.
Third leg is
to
Colin to throw first. Game on.
avoid that problem.
Sorry about Publican being a good job for a player, because you get a lot of time, ideally, around the dartboard. I always thought
137.
Postman was quite a good job as well, because you get your job done nice and early, and then you've got the whole afternoon.
Yeah, a lot of dart players I know that were sort of semi-professional were postmen for that very reason.
I think one of the worst
90.
trades has got to be someone who uses their hands a lot, like bricklayers.
Yeah.
And you get all that sort of mortar on your hands, and you're picking up rough gravel all day. We tend to see players that do it, like James Richardson, chalking his
60.
hands all the time, or players have really aggressive grips just so they can feel something in the hands.
Yeah. As a rule, the demographic years ago was very much the
82.
working class guy who went down the pub and had a couple of pints and a game of darts. Very much come from that type of background, miners and factory workers, builders, etc.
140.
Really, John Worsley also does a lot of design work with dart
80.
shirts.
Yes, yes, he does. Hence
Colin, you
that
require
rather
164.
fetching little number. Got a hammer, a chief, a wombo.
138.
Almost like some kind of bizarre computer game.
$36. Colin, you require 26. Game shot on the third
For the
leg.
lead,
Colin
McGary
McGary.
averaging around the kind of number that he achieved for the day on
Fourth leg,
Friday,
it's John to throw first.
which was
Game
all
on.
but, well, 96, 99. We'll call it 97. I'm going to round it up. I'm going to make an executive decision. He's averaging 98 right now.
$125.
McGarry sitting pretty on the World
100.
Seniors Darts Tour Order of Merit. It's at fourth at the moment on that system, which I believe will get him a place at the Circus Tavern.
100.
Yeah, it's something that does need looking at. For me, the
100.
I totally get that they got to use the names to try and sell the brand and create interest, but I think it's
100.
unfair to expect so many people to travel with not that many opportunities. But of course, that will change as people
55.
start to actually retire.
And the other thing that the people have got to prove
136.
that system is more productive than the invites. So ultimately, the best way to do, get on the system, beat those players, and prove the point on the
100.
board.
John,
Well, look
you
what Richie
require
Howson's
40.
done. He's created a whole fan base. The Circus Tavern was absolutely rocking when he played. Not there, pal.
Thought that was in. Wanted a double look, double check.
Game shot
That
on the
one's
fourth
in, John.
leg. John Worsley.
Remember down the local when someone did that, everyone had just sat there with a pretend fishing rod,
Fifth leg,
reeling him
Collins
back.
still
Still do it now when I'm
Game
practicing
on.
with my mates. And when they're behind you and you do it, you can feel them doing it.
There's some things I hope just never leave.
140.
And You know, like when someone smashes a glass, you get the way.
Sack the juggler.
There's always that one guy in every
96.
place, and I hope that always stays.
Do you follow Paul Whitworth on social media?
180.
He does this thing with Guinness Man. You snooze, I booze. So if his pal leaves a pint knocking around, he films himself
40.
with his phone, drinking it in one and putting it down, and then in the background you can see the bloke arrive, watching his pint getting sunk. It's hilarious.
Paul Whitworth, one of the original Boosh boys.
Yeah, with Mark Holden, good player. Boyd Lee was a very good youth player.
100.
You're familiar with what
Colin, you require
Boosh is? It used to be the word they used to call out when a double would get sunk into the board.
Yeah, and this whole Bosch thing they think's new, and those boys were doing that
Game shot
30 years ago.
Boosh!
Colin McGarry.
There you go. McGarry booshing his way into the lead.
Sixth leg, it's John to throw first.
A couple
Game
of
on.
great guys. Mark and Paul played in the World Pairs. Sure, they played in the one in Salford. Obviously, for them boys, is home turf.
81.
Well, that was a rough club we played that in. My goodness. Couldn't afford security.
180.
Well, McGarry is making a serious move here in this one.
Look at his average, Matt. Stick him up there. 104.54.
60.
3 out of 4 on the doubles. Couple of 180s. 15 scores of a ton or more. Serious performance.
And he's got the advantage in
60.
this leg, despite the fact that Worley throwing first.
$60. 100.
And that's a frustrating ton. The ton was a good score, certainly in the context of the shot, but when they're so tightly compact like that, you're just on the wrong side of the wire from a 140 or another 180.
95.
Pretty much
Colin,
like that. Yeah, you feel aggrieved coming away
161.
with a ton. Got 6 at this. 81 left. Ball's the shot for me.
130.
Literally was the ball as well.
Yeah.
He's himself a handy 2-darter here to book his place in the semi-final and complete the lineup.
Yeah, with the performance of the
100.
night, Matt.
Colin, you required 31. Game, shots, and the match. Colin McGarry.
Colin McGarry gets the job done. An average of 102.26. John Worsley just outplayed. Not too much he could have done about that. 85.08 the average for Worsley. The checkouts, along with the average, stunning from McGarry. 4 out of 5, 80%. A high finish of 81. And that was some performance. 2 180s, including the 170 to set up the 31 that he took out to win the match. Right, we'll be back in around about 3 minutes with Neil Duff taking on Colin McGarry.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our semi-finals are set in stone. Colin McGarry is going to have an all-Northern Irish clash with Neil Duff, whilst Gary Stone and Martin Adams will go toe-to-toe. Matthew Edgar is alongside me here on stage, and I'll tell you what, we thought this would be a good night, and it's lived up to the billing so far, hasn't it?
We touched on it at the very start of the show, how everyone was sort of within those 6 visits to the board, and that was the defining factor for me that told us we were expecting to see a tight group and a tight night's work. And that's been the story. It has been a tight night. We said it would probably be a missed moment or a moment of genius, but that's where Colin McGarry really stood up in that last one and really put himself at the top of that conversation.
And realistically, the only player who's had it his own way this evening is Martin Adams. Everybody else have had their trials and tribulations thus far.
Consistent, isn't he? And that's the thing with Martin Adams. We talked about in commentary how he just laughs everything off. And it doesn't matter what you do against him. He's never going to feel that. The blow's never going to land. And on the same aspect, you're never going to be pulling away from Martin Adams. He's always going to be there with opportunities. I did sort of lean towards him at the start of the night, and I'm seeing nothing at the moment that's going to change my mind.
Well, let's recap what we've seen so far this evening. And these are the results from the game so far. Everything in Group 1 going down the left-hand side of the ball. Martin Adams, the only player to have won both of his matches so far this evening. So Duff, McGary, Adam Stone are our 2 semi-finals. I'll tell you what, Colin McGarry just there. When he needed it, it was knockout mode between him and John Worley. Pulled out his best performance of the week when it mattered the most.
Very good signs, isn't it? And good signs for McGarry, showing all that experience over the years. Another thing that was really interesting looking at those results, we know one of our most popular selections on the exchanges and the markets is those over legs, and all those games bar one going over the 5.5 legs. I think that's going to be a theme as well moving forward into the semi-finals, despite the fact that McGarry put in that really big performance, and we do get these big performances, that there's still not that much distance in the scoreboard.
And the good news is we've still got 3 more games to go.
I think it's going to be a cracking end to the night, and I stand by that statement. Nothing's changed. It's going to be a mistake or a moment of class.
Right, we'll talk again in a couple of minutes. Chris Mason will be joined alongside us on stage when we preview the 2 semi-finals and final, where we're going to join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV. And there is a night full of legends still on offer. Martin Adams, a 3-time Lakeside champion, and Neil Duff, the Lakeside winner in 2022, all looking to get a win on this particular stage at the Super Series. We'll see you at 10. A very good evening and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where it's been a night full of legends here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've had 2 Lakeside World Champions with 4 titles between them. We've had a former PDC World Championship finalist in action, as well as players who have won on the WDF and World Seniors Tour. And we've seen a very good night so far. 6 group games have come and gone, and here's the best of the action as described by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Very valid
Neil,
points. The rule, I believe, is you must play to the very best of your ability at all times.
Correct.
Neil Duff playing to the best of his ability at the minute, average just shy of a ton as he's chasing down a break of throw here on Andy Hamilton.
Neil Duff. Andy requires 16.
My mind thinks back to Blackpool when that big turnaround against Simon Whitlock.
Yeah, remarkable, wasn't it?
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It's not as
Andy
big
Hamilton.
as a turnaround as that time against Simon Whitlock, but it started.
Neil, you require 3.
Oh, you talk about the emotions you go through. Well, that's one part of it.
Game,
oh, that's
shots,
brilliant from
and
Neil
the
Duff.
match, Neil Duff.
Well, in the end, an average of 91.52.
Martin will be hoping that he won't be ordering a taxi for a very long time. Always plays with half a smile on his face, doesn't he?
Game
Martin
shot on
Adams,
the
which
first
may
leg.
now become in a full
Martin
smile.
Adams.
If I could do that, so would I.
$18 for tops. Worsley nods along. He thinks he's seen it all
Game
before.
shot on the 5th leg.
You
Martin
won't like what
Adams.
he's hearing there. Charlie Corstefine, our referee.
Just a negative one.
Where his darts lie, he's going to have to go to the left-hand
Game
side.
shot on
He
the
gets
6th
to the
leg.
left-hand side of the
John
dart,
Worsley.
clatters into the tungsten, and takes us all the way.
Almost feels like this one should have
Final
gone all the
leg.
way,
It's
Matt.
John to
There's
throw first.
very little between them in terms of
Game
numbers.
Erratic end to this match. Who can hold it together?
Oh, 2 at tops. And the arms being thrown in the air. But double 19, they'd really throw him in the air.
Game, shots,
Oh,
and
dear.
the match,
Well,
Martin
that's a tough
Adams.
way to lose for John Worsley. But as we always say, if we are going to lose in this opening game,
Andy, you require
Can Andy
94.
Hamilton calls the punishment. He's gone aggressive. And he's gone well. 2 darts at tops.
Game,
and Andy
shots,
Hamilton
and the match,
survives darts
Andy
on Gary
Hamilton.
Stone and puts himself in with a possibility still of qualifying through this group.
he isn't a player that likes to switch. But we'll see a switch here to the single 6 for his beloved tops.
Game shot on the 1st leg.
It is
Colin
a
McGarry.
beautiful start from Colin McGary, a 15-dart break of throw.
He's had a dart for the match. He's
Colin
had a dart to put
requires
himself
70.
through. Can McGarry take us all the way? Can he take the reprieve? One more dart, double 10.
60.
That may be the last dart he throws in this fixture.
Martin, you require 36.
Cross to double 9.
Game, shot,
Finds it.
and the match,
Martin Adams
Adams.
is through. A 4-2 victory over Colin McGarry. You know, like when you watch horse racing with a child and they want the one that's in front, and then they change it to the one that's in front.
I'm like that when I watch football.
123.
One thing we've seen from Gary Stone is that big explosive performance where
97.
it's not
Gary, you
unreasonable to
require
think he could get a
107.
4-0 victory somewhere.
Yeah, he can play in those streaks, can't he? Really go through the gears.
Game shot on the 1st leg.
Case in
Gary
point.
Stone.
Some 2 opportunities. The way Gary Stone's playing, they're going to be limited opportunities.
Game
And there's going to be
shot
no
on the
more
third
in this
leg.
leg. Gary
Gary
Stone
Stone.
averaging 102.48 here.
Neil, you require 38.
He's open for a 6, I
Game
can
shot
assure
on the
you, but
4th
he will
leg.
not mind
Neil
that.
Duff.
Voodoo
Gary, you
goal.
require 91.
Maybe. poking things into it right now. Oh, no.
Game, shots, and
Gary
the
Stone gets the job done, and it is Neil Duff and Gary Stone. Yes, he does. Hence
Colin, you
that
require
rather
164.
fetching little number. A hammer, a chief, a wombo.
138.
Almost like some kind of bizarre computer game.
$36. Colin, you require 26. Game shot on the third
For the
leg.
lead, McGarry.
Colin McGary. Colin, you required 31. Game, shots, and the match. Colin McGarry.
Colin McGarry gets the job done. An average of 102.26. John Worsley just outplayed. Not too much he could have done about it.
Yeah, it's been a real good night of darts so far. It's been described by Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar. And firstly, so let's go to the last game there. Colin McGarry in that straight shootout against John Worsley, saving his best performance of the week for his biggest game of the week.
Yeah, it was just stunning from start to finish, and credit to him because Worsley played his part and pushed him all the way to produce a performance of that level. And yeah, all credit to him. That was a great performance.
Well, let's have a look at the results for the evening so far, just to confirm everything that we have seen. And the only player unbeaten so far, Matt, is Martin Adams. And you said at the beginning of the evening on stage here that Worley old character could well have one big night in him here this evening. And so far, so good for him.
Well, all 6 players, the argument was how consistent they've been around that sort of 6-visit mark. So if you're going to go for a group of consistency, you've got to go for the king of consistency, which is Martin Adams. And I don't see anyone having that big flashy moment other than maybe Gary Stone. He's probably the danger to Martin Adams, but I just think the consistency is really going to carry him and make him a danger in every single leg. And when you've got the history and the prestige that Martin Adams has got, sometimes it just buys you that extra visit.
In terms of Neil Duff, got out of the gate very, very well against Andy Hamilton. How would you assess his night as a whole?
Yeah, okay. There wasn't a lot he could have done against Gary Stone in that match. I mean, he was on the cusp potentially of being 3-0 down and potentially being out, and Gary taking Andy Hamilton with him. But he eventually got the essential leg, got another one, and then it was just a case of not if Gary was going to win, but when he was going to win. And yeah, I'm with Matt. Gary is this type of player that he plays in phases. He'll have an off leg and then may string 2 or 3 together. I'm not sure if that's going to be the right kind of tactic tonight. I'm still looking at Neil Duff as taking the spoils this evening.
And when you're looking at Gary Stone, he's got Martin Adams in the semi-final, who's been the most consistent player. So he's going to have to do it over the whole 7 legs, isn't he?
It's the waviness of the performance, when that comes and for how long. That is the concern. But it's quite interesting. We've started talking about, we've come up with 3 different answers so far. One, in the little break there, I was just asking people in the crowd who they think's going to win. I asked 3 people, got 3 different answers. So I think that's the general vibe we've got here, and it's all to play for in this semi-final.
Yeah, and that was very much the theme of the night. You know, you had players down at 7-1 that you thought, well, they could realistically win it. And the 4 we got left, you could put your hand in a bucket and pick a name out, and that's who could win it. And you could do that 4 different times, and I'm sure you come up with 4 different results on the dartboard. That's how close it is. They're all playing at a similar level, maybe with the exception of Colin McGarry in that final game. If he plays like that for the rest of the night, he's nailed on.
And he's playing in our first semi-final against Neil Duff. And because of the fact that they two know each other so well, will Colin be settled and not get walled into the Neil Duff game?
Yeah, I think familiarity can breed contempt sometimes, but we've seen these players lock horns already this week in Group A, and that gives it a fascinating dynamic. It's a tough one, of course. It's a coin flip for me.
And not every player may have won on this stage, but they're all experiencing a pain in terms of winning things, aren't they, Matt? And not often do we get that in a Final 4 lineup here.
Winning things all the way around the world, and it's a great lineup. It's hard to compare the CVs of these players because they've all got really big sort of perks, and at the same aspect we can also pick holes in each one of the players. It's one of those sort of lineups now where we've got so many questions, and the only way to get the answers is going to be on the board, because I think we could make an argument for and against. You said about picking names out of a bucket. It's one of those things you'll pull it out and you go, no, can I have a different one? No, can I have... And you go through all four and you'll never be settled on whatever you're pulling out.
We could end up, of course, with a battle of former WDF World Champions, which would be fascinating to watch.
Could be a tantalising prospect indeed. I'll let you gents go off and commentate on all the action. Our first semi-final is almost upon us. It's an all-Northern Irish clash as Colin McGarry takes on Neil Duff in front of the crowds here in Portsmouth, where they've been getting their selfies with all of the legends of the sport, Neil Duff, Martin Adams, and these two boys have also been getting their selfies done with the crowd as well, even some autographs too. And if you want to be a part of the experience here at the Super Series, well, take a look at this. The live lounge in Portsmouth, the stunning setting for our semi-finals here at the MODUS Super Series. Neil Duff has already won on this stage back in May last year. Colin McGarry hoping to enjoy the dream debut, which takes him all the way to Champions Week. Watching all the action down in the commentary box is a very good evening once again to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everybody, and welcome along to our Sporty Stuff TV viewers. You are in for a treat. Two highly anticipated semi-finals, followed by what can't fail to be, Matt Edgar, a great final.
We've posed all the questions for all the players tonight. It's time to get some answers. You do feel we could go through all the different stats and possibilities, but at this point with this lineup, it'll be the atmosphere in the practice room, because one of the things you do when you're in a practice room is you tend to look around and go, who's the man to beat? And they'll be sat in there going, well, it might be him, it might be him, or it might be him.
Neil to throw
Yeah, I was, during the short interval, I did the same as you. I said, who do you fancy? And I asked 5 or 6 people, and the only name I was given twice was this man here, Neil Duff.
100.
We're split. Crowd split.
Yep. Imagine you're all split at home. Let us know at MSS Darts on X, and formerly as Twitter.
140.
We are, of course, on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok. Make sure you give us a follow and welcome along. For those outside of the UK not watching on Sporty Stuff, watching for our YouTube channel as Neil Duff pops in the first max.
Said about how well these players may know each other, but sometimes it's the stories we don't know that are the ones that are the deepest. There's something happened along their journeys in their lifetime that doesn't get picked up on a Darts Connect, for example, or some of the head-to-head records. Is there those little backstories, or maybe even respect McGary will clearly have for Neil Duff off the fact of winning that Lakeside title?
Absolutely. Double 12 for a beauty.
117. Colin, you require 161.
Big ask for McGary.
$93. Neil, you require 24.
This time, 3 darts will be
Game
Double,
shot
and
on
he
the
only
first
needs the
leg.
one. Neil Duff kicks it off perfectly. A 13 dart holder throw. And if you are just
Second leg is
joining
Colin
us
to throw
here at
first.
the
Game
semi-final
on.
stage, you'd have missed that interview at the start of the night with Neil Duff, where he said about winning Lakeside almost felt like a bit of a burden on him
95.
throughout 2023, and he almost felt the pressure and the target on his back of the situation.
He was, of course, world
120.
champion for a good while, because the original date for the Worlds where he was going to defend was put back a while, wasn't it?
55.
We know in the modern world now, the WDF World Championship is no longer the pinnacle of the sport like it once was. With that in mind, is that maybe
60.
what caused the pressure for Neil Duff? Because he almost felt like he had to produce to try and show some prestige to that title, where if he goes and gets beat early, it'll be, well, the jokes will start, well, so-called
81.
world champions out first round to
Yep.
so-and-so.
Couldn't agree more, Matt. That would have, I'm sure, inside hurt a little.
60.
But ultimately, on that World Championship trophy, he's the world champion of that system.
And it is a worldwide system, the
140.
WDF. It's got tournaments all around the world.
The qualifiers are from all around the world.
Do you
Does it-
think sometimes maybe the
100.
wording
Colin
of it
Require,
just causes it?
130.
Yeah. Thing is, it's compared to, and shouldn't be, the real pinnacle of
98.
the sport.
Neil, you require 161.
Interesting there for McGarry, opting to not go for the bullseye, saying to Neil Duff, you can't take 161. And on this occasion, he was right.
81. Colin, you require 32. Game shot on the second leg.
Lovely hold.
Colin McGarry.
McGary. Yeah, I think the PDC world champion took away, was it more than
Third leg is
10
Neil to
times
throw
the...
first. Game on.
Was it exactly 10 times the amount that Andy Barton's won?
£50,000 against the $500,000.
140.
Of course, commercially, Luke Humphries will earn and generate millions on the back of that win.
60.
Still the richest prize outside of the PDC, though, that WDF World Championship. And that's another thing that is often forgotten about.
140.
Well, I think MODUS should maybe do one for 51,000. Sorry, lad, spending a bit of your money there.
Well, the good thing about this system, though, here at the Super Series is you get 3 cracks a year at that Champions Week prize.
Yeah.
140.
Well, Luke Littler last year earned more money here than Andy Barton's did.
Remember, midway through the year, he was earning more than the likes of
Neil, you
Barbador
require
and James
81.
Wade.
Yep. Isn't that the truth?
Why this means so much to the players. They want that chance
Game
at
shot on
Champions
the
Week,
third
and Neil
leg.
Duff's halfway
Neil
to the
Duff.
final here.
On throw, he's absolute dynamite, Matt. Just 25 darts on
Fourth
throw,
leg
a
is Colin to
13
throw
darter in leg
first.
1
Game
with
on.
the darts, and a 12 darter in leg 3, averaging 106.72. McGary is just
135.
walking into one here.
He's doing no wrong. McGarry, averaging 99.15. He's playing his part. He's just being
100.
very restricted because of the brilliance of Duff.
2 darts at a double in the entire match.
83.
It was a 140 from Duff, that's correct. 135 left, 366, and then 83 is 283. Oh, in fact, it wasn't a 140, it was just a ton, and don't really need a interruption like this. Not at such an important moment.
2 experienced players, though, here, so it's not something that we will see as being too much of a distraction for the players. You tend to find that this becomes a problem when you've got one of the experienced players against one of the younger players who... There are things to consider here at the Super Series, a little break in between legs that just have that little bit of a pause.
Yes, all those factors that you've got to get used to. And I was speaking to
60.
Colin on Tuesday, having a cup of tea together, and he said it's just so much to take in, all in one go. And then by the Wednesday, he said, "Yeah,
100.
I've got it now. I'm comfortable."
A lot to take in whilst you're getting hit with a big 105.49 average. Been a good week, though, for McGary. Semi-final as a minimum here, plus a week. So, we're certainly going back with a few coins in the pocket.
Yeah, and he himself, in his last match, McGary averaged 102.26.
60.
Switch to the 18s there for McGary. Has put himself on a bogey number here, the 166.
97. Now we require 141.
He's capable of shots like this.
$45. Colin, you require 69.
Few options here. I like treble 15, double 12. That leaves double 6.
Game shot
Beautiful.
on the 4th leg.
Absolutely clinical. Oh, fella's on throw at the moment. A mustard.
5th leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
McGarry's enjoying himself up there, isn't he? I think he's probably got to that point now where he came here with an expectation. Maybe that was, let's get through to
60.
Saturday. That would be the goal. Then he's gone one step further, getting through the mini group. So this is just all bonus for him here, and he's having a bit of a laugh with the crowd there and just
100.
really enjoying the battle up there with Neil Duff.
Yeah, I think that's good as well, because that will relax you, where Neil looks a lot more intense.
55. $60.
Reaching a real key moment in this match. Leg 5 always seems to be a bit of a twitchy one.
60.
Does when you miss your first 6 darts without getting a treble. McGary just needs the one here
100.
to start making a bit of a march.
Yeah, 85 in front minus these, so Neil needs trebles, not those ones. I'm not sure if someone is causing a bit of a distraction.
54. $45.
Good adjustment.
90.
Oh, and then straight back in the treble 5. He can't believe it. McGary, his leg to lose from here.
140.
Super nice start.
This was a leg that Neil Duff
58.
had
Colin,
the advantage
you
of throw.
56.
So a big visit here for McGary. 2 darts at tops to break the throw of Neil Duff.
36.
Could have moved him a leg
Neil,
away
you
from the match and a
require
place in the final.
124.
Treble 18 for ball. Won't go. And this will be a disappointing, frustrating leg here for Neil
Colin,
Duff. He's
you
had
require
21
20.
darts and still left on 83. You're not going to get away with that against players like Colin McGarry.
$10. Neil, you
I'm
require
not sure if he
83.
thought that second dart and double 10 was in, because the third dart was an absolute flyer. 16 and ball.
58. Colin, you require 10.
I've never heard a single player ever say to me, I love coming to the board one in double 5.
No, it's vile.
especially in this situation and the context of the
Game
match,
shot
the
on the
context
fifth
of the
leg.
week and the
Colin
night.
McGarry.
And all those answers at the moment coming from Colin McGarry, who is now just a leg away
It's Colin to
from
throw
the
first.
final.
Game on.
What those first two darts did was allow McGary to just attack the double.
Such the old Phil Taylor's there, having a bite of the flight.
Having a chew on the flight.
44.
Little midnight snack. Trying to take a bit of the sting out the game here, Neil Duff. Just taking an extra couple of seconds before coming to the hockey.
Yeah.
Just trying to control the heart
100.
rate.
Yeah, good experience.
One
I
100.
think Neil doesn't lack, and that's confidence and belief. And he will still believe he can turn this around. He was adamant
100.
from when the first dart was thrown that he was going to win that world title, wasn't he? There was never a moment of doubt, even when he was in
97.
a world of trouble.
Part of that aura you build around yourself that gives you those opportunities is when you believe that and you
125.
tell people as well. But you've got to believe it. You've got to feel it as well. You can't just go around saying things. You can't just build reactions.
60.
They come through organically. And that was a very organic week, that, for Neil Duff.
$125.
Beautiful recovery there for Neil Duff. He opened with a 5, no panic, 2 trebles. And he might be breaking the throw straight back here. McGarry did the hard work, put himself into position.
Yeah, some leg this
40.
when your back's against the wall.
No, you
Ton,
require 51.
125, 125.
Game shot on the
14
sixth
dart.
leg.
Break
Neil
a throw.
Duff.
Outstanding.
Sometimes when you're stood behind somebody,
7th final leg.
Like
It's Neil to throw first.
Neil Duff would have
Game
been
on.
there, and you saw that last dart hit the treble 20 and just drop out for McGarry. Sometimes that can just make you feel, my luck's in tonight. And sometimes, and I've heard some crazy things out on the various tours, I've heard people say they're going to win matches before because as they was driving, the lights turned green.
180.
Well, that was green for go. For Neil Duff, what a time to find a max.
140.
Brilliant reply.
McGarry will just be trying to hold on to Neil Duff here and hope an opportunity presents itself. This sort of situation, you'd expect it
60.
to when the pressure is ramped up. That could have been a mistake there for Neil Duff. A troubleless visit
82.
kind of goes unpunished there, despite the treble with the last start.
Yeah, still 18 in front, plus these.
Well, those 18 points mean Neil Duff just needs the 1 treble to leave a finish, which he's found.
97.
When McGarry needs a minimum of 2.
Yep. There's one of them. 19's the shot, surely.
137. Neil, you require 164.
Class from both.
Here's a look at the McGarry score.
Got to go for it.
He's contemplating not, I think. He hasn't.
124.
He has just said to
Colin, you
Colin
require
McGarry, you cannot
142.
take this out, pal. He is praying in the background here in the church in Portsmouth, and his prayers are answered. He took a risk. The risk may pay off. 3 darts when he returns. It's going to be under pressure. McGarry's going to be there ready to strike. Should Neil Duff
134.
not wrap this up.
Neil, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game
Separated
shot, and the
only
match,
by the
Neil
throw
Duff.
in the end. What a way to get through to the final for Neil Duff, defeating his good pal Colin McGarry 4-3, 92.69 average. It felt a lot better than that, and I think that There was one leg in there, leg 5, which made the averages tumble, but some performance from both players. 17 scores of a ton or more from Neil Duff in that one. 12 for McGary. 5 of them 140s, but 3 out of 11 in the doubles in the end. Much more efficient for Neil Duff. 4 from 9, and he is into the final. Up next, Martin Adams takes on Gary Stone.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that man in your picture, Martin Adams, is looking to make it through to the final here at the MODUS Super Series. The 3-time Lakeside champions are going to join another former Lakeside winner in the final, Neil Duff, winning a last leg decider against Colin McGarry to send himself through to the big occasion. Gary Stone is looking to make it through to the final himself. In commentary for this one, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everybody. Well, that was a thrilling first semi-final between Neil Duff and Colin McGarry. Here's Neil Duff, who will play the winner of this tie in the final. What a final does promise to be. These two qualified from separate groups, so haven't met this evening. Who do you fancy for this one, Matt Edgar?
I think a lot of this comes down to the timing here for Gary Stone. We've seen absolute brilliance from him, and we've seen moments
First
where...
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I fear if he's even going to be able to keep them straight. He's a player that can get on his own back if things don't go right. And he's up against here a man who's going to make him think. He's going to keep it slow and steady. Gary Stone, someone who prefers to play with a lot of rhythm. We expect Adams to be consistently across the board, and it's just how big of a roller coaster and will the wave be in the Gary Stone performance.
Yeah, these two
140.
having their third meeting of the week. It's one apiece. Martin winning on Thursday, Gary winning on Friday, of course, as he went through the field.
$123. $91.
All in all, for
60.
McGary, some debut, I'd say, making the semi-final.
Oh, he's going to be delighted with that. Absolutely.
100.
I'm sure when he got here, if you'd have asked him, he'd have said, get to Saturday night and anything's a bonus from there. So, semi-finals. Good bit of money for the week.
138.
Plenty of
Gary, you require
hockey time.
170.
Vital this time of year. Hockey time, just off the back of
98.
Christmas, where
Martin, you
a
require
lot of people
40.
who aren't professional will put the darts down and enjoy the turkey and chocolates.
Did plenty of that, pal.
One more dart here for Adams. Didn't be at double
Game
five and he
shot on the
finds
first
it.
leg.
And Gary
Martin
Stone,
Adams.
that is one of those situations that become very frustrating because you just start thinking
Second leg,
you're
it's
going to
Gary
get the
to throw
opportunity.
first. Game on.
You start getting hope and then it's instantly squashed.
Yeah, stunning. 15 dart hold for Martin, and
131.
he has been the one looking the most likely of the two to have those sub or 5 visit legs. Yeah, I'm not sure if McGary is going to the senior events. There is a
100.
3 days of tour events, 19th of January at the Crucible Club in Reading. The LP Metal
44.
Detecting Series 1 and Target Open Series 1 and 2. And the Jennings Bet World Championship Qualifier 1 and 2. 5 events on there. And for
43.
Colin McGarry couldn't get much better preparation. Nice week at home, maybe tick over, play a bit of league.
81.
Back over for an assault on those events. They have events on every weekend for 3 consecutive weekends.
Did Martin Adams have a plaster on his elbow earlier?
85.
No, not that I recall.
Wonder what he's been up to in the practice room. Gary Stone was bleeding in there the other day as well on his left arm.
180. $60. Gary, you require
Response
65.
from Gary Stone, a possible 14 dart hold. There's the 25. Should be a good guide for him.
45.
Just underpitched.
Checking the scoreboard here.
85.
Well,
Gary, you required 20.
he checked the scoreboard, but he didn't do anything about it. Staying on the 20s, he did find the treble, which bails him out of the
Game
situation,
shot on the
but
second leg.
unaffected
Gary
there. Gary Stone levels up the match. Yeah, had Adams just hit a single 20, it would have left him on a non-finish.
Third leg,
But
it's
after
Martin
checking
to
the
throw
scoreboard,
first.
we was going to see
Game
the move
on.
to the 18s.
Doesn't have any negative thoughts like that, Matt.
We said earlier, didn't we? Plan A, hit treble 20s and go out as quick as possible. Plan B, do plan A better.
100.
Write that on my dart case.
Then come on about plan P at the moment, which is
42.
refer back to plan A. I've nearly ran out of alphabet. Beautiful from Martin Adams. Not someone you'd associate with being a massive 180 hitter, but he has been
60.
tonight. Hit 3 in his opening game against John Worsley. He had a 180 in his match with Colin McGarry. The other thing which needs to be stated about Martin Adams, he is yet to be beaten tonight.
The only unbeaten player.
140.
Into 81 after 9. Averaging a ton.
180. Martin, you require 81.
Took his sign off him. Have to share. I think Martin Adams is up for sharing anything at the moment, other than a bit of punishment around a cracking 11 dart leg there for Martin Adams.
That's good for anybody. He's 67.
Gets Gary to throw
And we've been
first.
billing Martin
Game
Adams
on.
as Mr. Consistency. Maybe we've been underselling him here because he's averaging 100.61 here against Gary Stone.
100.
Yeah, against a very good version of Gary Stone, who's averaging 96. He's had a couple of maxes himself.
I think it's got to be said here as well with Martin Adams that if we cast our mind back not too long ago, we could have had genuine fears. We may have never saw Martin Adams playing darts again. He was starting to withdraw from events, had a few issues going on at home and a few personal problems.
Yes. A couple of injuries. Maybe the bit of a break has rejuvenated him and gave his body a
100.
little bit of a rest.
How do you, at 67 years old, have this desire to win still?
Well,
100.
it sort of backs up why he's a winner, because although he won many, many tournaments, it took a while to win his first Worlds, didn't it? Let's be honest. But that just resilience and determination and stubbornness,
9.
and there's a 9. Not the type of 9 we like to see, of course.
I'm sure if our social media team pop it out and say, Martin Adams hits a 9.
Absolutely. Do it.
I'd do it.
Yeah.
60.
I've done it many a times, to be fair. I've even clipped clips together to make a 9 before. Only player in history to do a 9 darter in 5 different shirts.
I have seen that one.
140. Gary require 118.
Wayward one there for Gary Stone. Adams is just peering over his shoulder there, doing something like called meerkatting.
152.
Yeah, a phrase I've adopted. 2 treble 20s. Yeah, I thought it was close too, Martin.
When you see the meerkatting going on, you know they fancy it. Let me have a go at this.
60. Gary
So
requires
true.
74.
As a player, I've done it.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Clinical
Gary
and under
Stone.
pressure. A breaker throw there would have been a disaster for Gary Stone.
They're the confidence builders, though, aren't they? When you come up and you get a
5th
nice
leg, it's
clean
Martin's
shot
to
where it's
throw
treble
first.
double.
Game on.
You know you've got that extra dart in hand. Just makes you feel like you've got more to give if you need to.
Oh, Van der Horst did it to you. He had a max to leave a double, and then you took that 68 out in 2. And when you do things like that, it's not having confidence, but
100.
it's genuine belief once you start doing it with regularity. Any of them shots then, hold no fear.
140.
A reaction from Martin Adams. A little Screwing of the face as if to say, he's on it.
82.
He would have seen it many a times, Martin Adams, over his 82 years of playing.
140.
This feels like he's been around forever. Martin Adams, always eating at the top table. One of those things I would love to have seen
29.
maybe him have took to like the Grand Slam stage, maybe just a little bit sooner than he did, because
He played match play in Grand Prix, didn't he?
he did in the quarter-finalist, I believe, at the World Match Play.
100.
A good game with Phil Taylor there as well in the Winter Gardens, Blackpool. Somewhere you've probably got fond memories of, that 9-darter.
Thanks. Another 8 Zopper clone before I go to bed tonight.
83. Gary required
No, it
121.
was an amazing experience. I loved it there. My favourite venue to play it.
$57.
Well, Gary Stone's making a march here, isn't he, on the Martin Adams throat?
Yeah, it was Gary under the cosh for a break in the last leg, and this time it's Martin Adams who needs to produce something a bit special.
60. Gary requires 64.
He's going to feel like he's got 6 darts here.
Game
He's not
shot
going
on
to
the
need
5th
6
leg.
darts, so Gary Stone breaks the throw. He is a leg away from the final and a leg away, taking on Neil
6th leg. It's
Duff.
Gary
And
to throw first.
when you
Game
look
on.
at that WDF World Championship, players that you put up the forefront, like Gary Stone, Neil Duff, that'd make this a very intriguing clash for a couple of reasons.
135.
Got to get there first, though.
Well, the difference between this version of Gary Stone and the one Thursday night is, alongside the much better scoring, it's the finishing as well. 3 from 6 in this one, and this is a high pressure
36.
match. Difference to having the opportunity of playing for 5,000 and then playing for 20.
I think that was the last mistake that Martin Adams is going to be allowed to make in this one and still be in with a chance. 5 trebles from Gary Stone from his opening 6 darts. And Adams is losing the light. He's only had 1 straight dart so far. He follows up the 36 with a 26. He's in big, big trouble.
Yeah, he's being made to force the issue. First thing that will break down is the
81.
throw. That's okay, Gary. Look at the scoreline.
Even a 180 from Adams isn't really going to affect this here now for Gary Stone. He's got time on his hands. Sometimes, as we've discussed with those group stages, when you've got a bit too much time on your hands and the task feels a little bit too
95.
simple.
Gary required 105.
Just switch off a little bit. So that's okay. 90 left.
You can just switch off a little bit.
37.
Want to stay focused, Gary. Place in the final. £5,000 on the line. A place in Champions Week for that £20,000 check. Travelled a long way to be here.
100.
From the top of the UK to the very bottom.
Gary requires 68.
Wants to make it pay.
I don't think we could be any further away from Scotland. Doesn't need to do anything
28.
drastic. A little adjustment. Needs another to really put any kind of pressure on.
100.
I think that's anywhere
Gary
near enough.
required 40.
So for a place in the final against Neil Duff. In it
Game,
goes.
shot,
And Gary
the match.
Stone
Gary
is in the
Stone.
final Thursday night, overnight. He was at the foot of the table. In this match here, he is just taking his place in tonight's final. 94.71 the average in the end for Gary Stone. Very tidy indeed. 50 100% on the doubles, 3 140s and 3 180s. 87.03 in the end for Martin. Just the single 180. And when he got a go on the doubles, he was as efficient as Gary Stone. Well, after a short break, we'll be back with this Series 6 Week 8 final.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the semi-finals have been completed and our final is set in stone, featuring Gary Stone up against Neil Duff. Chris Mason is alongside me here on stage to talk us through the semi-finals. Well, let's go in chronological order and begin with the first of our semi-finals, where Neil Duff won a real nerve-jangling affair against Colin McGarry. We thought this would be close, this would be tight, and it was exactly that.
Yeah, real high-quality affair in the end, wasn't it? Both contributing to what was one of the most memorable semi-finals I can certainly remember in recent times. Big scoring, big finishing in it, and a tactical move here by Neil Duff. He wanted 164 for the match, so he needs the ball here for a place in the final, and opted out. His opinion was, I don't think you'll take this under pressure, and on this occasion he gambled and he won. But yeah, a great final, separated in the end. I think what did he leave? 8 points in the end there, Colin McGary, and that's all there was that separated him, just that single 8 points.
Well, he said to me at the beginning of the evening that he felt like he was playing like he was 18 months ago, and he looks like he's also exerting that sort of confidence that he had when he went on and lifted that Lakeside title. Yeah,
listen, he spoke openly. He feels like it's a bit of a relief now not to have that target on his back, and it allows him to play with a bit more freedom. But he's had something about him here this week. Monday, didn't really get out of the blocks, but openly admitted not played a lot of darts. Tuesday started to move through the gears, and then Wednesday, absolutely outstanding, and he's continued where he's left off.
Well, our second semi-final saw Gary Stone book his place in the final against Martin Adams, a 4-2 victory for the Scot. Martin Adams getting off to a good start. Is it fair to say maybe just ran out of a little bit of steam in that game?
Yeah, I don't know how much darts Martin would have played in the last 4 months with sadly what's been going on away from darts. But he did himself proud, and he's got a lot to take from it this week, as has Colin McGarry on debut, of course. And it's just good to see Martin up here enjoying himself, a smile on his face, and I'm sure he's just enjoyed the opportunity to be around players and just have a little bit of normality in his life.
Yeah, most certainly. And we're going to see him at the World Seniors Championship in the middle of February at the Circus Tavern. Never know, you two might renew rivalries.
No,
there.
thanks. I'll
Right,
pass.
We'll leave that alone, shall we? Right, let's have a look at the results for this evening's matches then. The group stages were played before 10 o'clock, the semi-finals of what we've just seen. And so that sets up our final, where Gary Stone takes on Neil Duff for £5,000 and that coveted spot at Champions Week. But before we look ahead to that final, let's have a little bit of a look ahead to next week, because there is a slight alteration to next week's lineup. Scott Walters is going to be entering the competition from Group A due to a late pullout from one of the ADC European players. So Scott Walters enters the lineup with Lisa Ashton, Marina Michels, JT Davis, Christian de Boer and Stephen Plumstead. And look, Scott Walters will probably look at that Group A, the way that he's been playing, probably feel he fancy his chances.
Yeah, I should imagine. I don't know a lot about Christian. I've been doing a bit of research on Stephen Plumstead. Lisa, she's back off of operation. We don't know quite where her game is. If she's been putting in the hours, she'll also fancy her chance this year. And of course, we've seen JT Davis last year in New York in the World Series. Jim McEwen's been throwing some lovely darts at Q School. He'll certainly be up for Group B. And well, it's got a bit of a West Country feel to Group C with Ricky Palmer and Mark Durbridge. And Mark Durbridge at the moment, he's sort of on my shortlist for winning the World Seniors in a month or so time. So yeah, a fascinating lineup. I'm looking forward to watching a bit of that from home.
It's always good fun when we get to watch Tony O'Shea in action as well. Whenever he's in the beer, it's always good company, is our turn. Right, let's have a look at the final then and preview that between Neil Duff and Gary Stone. And these must be two players, because they've travelled the WDF circuit a lot, that they should know each other's game fairly well. This should be a final where both players should feel a bit comfortable. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they'll be aware of neither of them are, well, with Gary Stone, I think he's a player that you can almost just get under his skin a little bit, and Neil Duff's very aware of that, and I'm sure he knows how, well, he does know how to take the pace out of a game, and Gary likes to get onto it. So we may see some changes in pace throughout this one. It's fascinating, because you've got in Neil, you've got that reliability. He's pretty solid, although we've seen some big numbers from him this week. And then you've got that flamboyance and flair of Gary Stone, who tends to play in streaks, and it's whether he gets that right or not on the night. I think I just about side with Neil Duffy. Listen, it took him a while to win one, and on the back of that, he's done a Champions Week. He's back here. He's in another final, and it's 55-45, not quite a coin flip, but it's up there.
How important do you think the first couple of legs could be in this final, in particular for Gary Stone?
Winning the ball's going to be massive here, I think. As you've seen tonight, though, when we crunch the numbers before the off, very little between any of them. He's been the best player this week, statistically, Neil Duff. I think he's up there with one of the best players tonight, so no surprise. And last night, I thought Gary Stone was excellent. He, again, has sort of played somewhere to that type this evening. Winning that ball, winning that opening leg, could set the stage for what will happen in the rest of the final.
And Gary has won the balls, I've been told, backstage.
Yeah, well, it's just massive. He holds in leg one. He just can't get involved, can't drop his head at any point, remain focused. He should be going into this final with loads of confidence after that semi-final win. I'm just fingers crossed we're going to have a great final. I can't see it not being a good final.
Should be a good way to end a good week.
Absolutely.
Well, here we go. One last game to go here in week 8. Neil Duff in action up against Gary Stone for that spot at Champions League. But more importantly, or as importantly as well, is that £5,000 top prize and the trophy that goes with it. Neil Duff, a former Lakeside champion, looking to win on the telly again. Whilst for Gary Stone, he's looking for his maiden MODUS Super Series triumph. In front of a crowd here in Portsmouth who have been treated to a night full of legends here on the South Coast. And if you want to join us on a Saturday evening, well, take a look at this. And so it all comes down to this. This crowd have been treated to a good night worth of darts. They've seen some legends in action, and they've got a final fitting of a real good week. Neil Duff has been there. He's done it. He's worn the T-shirt before. He takes on Gary Stone, who's looking to lift his first Super Series title. For one, it's going to be the perfect start to 2024. And watching all the action down in the commentary box, it's, for one final time this week, a very good evening to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. I feel this is a big game here for Gary Stone, 42-year-old, and when he looks across his career so far, he'll find very fondly of his time as a PDC Tour card holder, but doesn't really have that moment to hold to his name at the moment, like Neil Duff when he picked up that WDF World Championship at Lakeside. Gary Stone, someone we know has got the ability to go on and win a title like the WDF World Championship, something he wants to go and do at the back end of this year, which is one of the reasons he's not attended Q School this year.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
How big would a victory here at the Super Series, a place in Champions Week be for Gary Stone, and the positivity for Gary Stone as well, who we have been critical at times of, can get on his own back and very quickly.
Yeah, obviously fabulously talented. He's won many tournaments, but like you say, he's just looking for that real one big moment, big win. And listen, a win here by hook or by crook in any style will be big for him. Opportunity to not only win the £5,000 tonight, but to come back and win a Champions Week, which I'm sure would be, well, a career high for him.
Probably a career high payday as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
41.
We know he has had that PDC Tour card before, but wasn't using it efficiently to qualify for events like the Alexandra Palace. He actually believed having that tour card sort of set him back, just because the cauldron-like atmosphere of the Pro Tour.
$134. Neil, you require 140.
Two triple 20s. There's one of them. Ooh. Yeah, I don't blame him. He does have the ability to
Gary requires
stick them on a pinhead.
It's on. And for the double-double approach here, Gary Stone. I don't blame him on that either. He's been 80% and 50% in his last couple of games on the outer ring. Well, standard
Game shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
Quickly squashed there. Neil Duff breaks the throw in the opening leg, and that's what you said to Henry.
Second leg, it's Neil to
kind
throw
of Gary
first.
needs to ensure doesn't happen.
Well, they're both fabulous front runners, aren't they? They like to sort of dominate the hockey. Getting broke early, it just puts you straight on the back foot, and with this type of throw there, it has to be effortless. You can't get embroiled. Just got to be natural. It's just a very natural action. Duff, it's much more measured.
Well, the one advantage of losing your throw early is you feel like you've still got time to recover the situation. When it comes quite late on, it can feel a lot more of a fatal blow.
$60.
A bit too aware of the situation here, I feel, Gary Stone. As soon as he had the 60, a quick glance over to the scoreboard, wants to know the situation, wants to know what he's got to do. And with that, just piling more and more pressure on them shoulders.
Yeah, we have mentioned that he's now seeing a sports psychologist, and maybe he just to get hold of one of his more experienced playing friends up in Scotland, and
96.
Maybe look back at things like this where they can pick up on areas that he can most definitely improve. I'm always wary of a sports psychologist if they
84.
don't have any first-hand knowledge or understanding of our sport, because it's in my opinion,
22.
like no other.
Neil, you require 40.
Just nowhere to hide. It's not like snooker where you can get down on a
Game
shot
shot on
and
the second leg.
change your
Neil
mind
Duff.
and have a walk around the table, settle your nerves. It's very much a
Third leg, it's Gary to
spontaneous
throw
sport.
first. Game on.
Neil Duff certainly has the upper hand.
That's a fine motor skill judged over the smallest of margins.
Beautifully
57.
done.
And when you think about sports such as snooker, you know, you're feeling a bit nervous, you just get the old rest out, put the snooker cue on top. That'll take that out of the way for you. You've got no resting or no safety
58.
in darts.
Nope. It is all out attack. You can see the anger, and that inner feeling of
93.
anger in his mind will come out in the arm, won't it? It will come out through the muscles.
Well, it's just tension, isn't it? And if you've got the tension because of that frustration, ultimately with a throw like Gary Stone, who
95.
relies on a lot of rhythm and feel, it's just going to change how everything is sort of the release point.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole
60.
mechanics. Like overheating an engine.
In trouble here. Neil Duff got that breaker throw,
98.
now chasing down a double break. This, at the moment, the biggest 3 darts for Gary Stone in this fixture.
Treble on the starting treble 19. Oh, that's superb.
139.
Absolutely outstanding. Just when he just took a moment to regroup.
It was the biggest 3 darts of the match so far for Stone, and the reaction just shows you that he felt that as well.
140.
Yeah.
Gary required 152.
72 left. Couple of options.
101.
Oh, that's okay. That's
Neil, you
not too
require
bad. It's better than the
107.
7, that's for sure. Sure, if he was twitched in
74.
between there, Matt, and
Gary required
almost
51.
thought about the treble 20 double 15. The Michael Smith.
Can get a bit
Game
undecisive
shot on the
at times,
third
can't you?
leg.
But that was
Gary Stone.
decisive and clinical from Gary Stone. A very
Fourth leg, it's Neil
engrossing
to throw
game. I mean,
first.
Chris
Game
Mason's
on.
getting closer and closer to the edge of his seat here. I mean, you've not got much seat left.
Is it? A fabulous final so far. Everything
60.
we expected. And there's an early opportunity for Gary to get that all-important break back.
140.
Superb.
You've got the level of play that Gary Stone has, especially around that treble 20.
100.
Sometimes you've just got to trust yourself. If it's not going well, just trust it. It's going to come. There's time in the game.
Don't make it. Don't try and make
91.
it happen. Let it happen. It's just so important with that type of throw.
Got to learn to enjoy the lows as much as the highs, essentially, haven't you?
100.
Be comfortable in uncomfortable situations.
That's
180.
something they teach you in the army, isn't it? Oh, brilliant time for the Max on the
70.
Duff throw.
Gary
And he's not left to
required
finish.
90.
With Gary Stone got a great chance to get this back on throw.
72.
Not sure whether I would have opted for the split there to come back at 3 with 3 at double 8. Confirming
57.
that one's not
Gary
in.
require 18.
Could have been worse for Gary Stone.
Double 3, bottom of the board for Gary Stone.
Game shot on the fourth
Finds it.
leg. Gary Stone.
And I tell you what's going through his head at that double 9, the fear of coming inside and having to
Fifth
split.
leg, it's Gary
And
to throw first.
you almost
Game on.
talk yourself into it. It's like if I've done it before where I've been staring at a 9 for double 8, and I just for a split second just stared directly at
42.
the treble 9. Guess what you hit? Plumb in the middle of treble 9.
Just how the brain works. You can't tell yourself not to hit something.
36.
Don't hit the 9. You're thinking of hitting the 9. It's the old "don't think of a purple elephant" scenario, isn't it?
140.
If I see one on my way home, I may have to check what was in my coffee.
95.
Well, advantage stone. 51 in front, plus these, and you can see the
40.
amount of angst and tension. By comparison, Neil Duff looks
81.
relatively cool, although disappointed with that visit.
The 4 legs and a half, we've got 10 points to separate the two players, and we couldn't separate them at the start of the
99.
night. The odds compilers putting these in as joint favourites for the evening, and fair play to those. They've got it absolutely on the money.
Needs the treble 19. Gets it.
137.
Ooh, big moment. Losing a
40.
dart on the floor, can't find the treble. That means he's now going to need 2 trebles
No, you require
in order to get a dart at the
152.
double, and that could be the stroke of fortune Neil Duff needs to step in.
92. Gary require 140.
Can he recover the situation? Can. It's on.
100.
That's where that would have been a dart of the double had
you
that
require
single 20 have
60.
stayed in. It could be a crucial moment here in this final. Ooh, Neil Duff. Bit close for comfort there, nearly busting his score. Doing the right thing here, though. Recomposing, readdressing the hockey.
That was a neutral
40.
dart, so I didn't think that would be
Gary require
too
40.
much of a hindrance.
And sometimes just distract you a bit, can't it, when you get a bit too close to missing the big number?
No score.
Don't think I heard anything, did you? Disappointing if...
No, you required
maybe
20.
it was just a slip. Tell how much this means to the players. Giving it full attention. Double 5.
15.
Double, which has caused drama all week.
Gary required 40.
That was for the break. He would have become big favourite for the match. Instead, it's over to Gary Stone.
I'd be glad it wasn't a 15 and it was the double, because he's back to tops, now 10s.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Yeah.
Gary Stone.
Relief. McGary Stone.
6th leg, it's Neil to throw first.
You'd like the
Game
throw.
on.
I know, Gary.
The brains are going to mush. Good sign here that the heart rates are just accelerating.
60.
Who can regain that composure? You're at the business end of the match, the business end of the week.
58.
Who is going to handle the pressure the better?
85.
History would tell us Neil Duff. We all know what Gary Stone can do.
93.
And is he one of those players that once they do get that moment, when they do get that win, does it then become a little bit more consistent in the winner's circle?
127.
It took Neil Duff a while to win one of these. It took him a fair few attempts.
140.
Quality 140. Just when he looked like he was out of the leg. Has to be careful. Well, now he can do what he likes.
99.
Down to a finish that just needs one treble in the opening 2 darts to get a dart at the ball.
95. Neil, you
I was
require
gonna
130.
Pose the question, would he have the dart at the ball? On 115, he definitely would. Earlier on in the night, refused a dart at the ball.
65.
Gary
Gary
Stone
require
approaches the hockey
115.
with an opportunity to win a week here at the Super Series. He is 3 darts away.
Maybe just a bullseye away. Couldn't find the treble to leave the ball.
43.
So
Neil, you
65
require 65.
for it aptly to go to a deciding leg, and this one almost deserves it.
25.
Gary should at least get
Gary
one dart at
requires
a double here
72.
to win his first MODUS Super Series. My goodness. 15 and ball. Double 10.
52.
That is a sign of an edgy
Neil,
man.
you require 40. Game shot on the
It's a
sixth
sign of a
leg.
man who wants
Neil
it too
Duff.
much.
The only thing we can be sure of right now is nothing is for sure.
7th and final leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
We have got 2 players. Edgy, playing with the heart on the sleeve. Just needs a little bit of composure.
81.
6 darts will do it from here.
$85.
Nothing really to read into with that opening visit.
60.
Gary's just desperately trying to just flick one in.
What Gary needs right now is a treble to go in with the first dart.
Yeah.
Because every time he's missing it, even if he gets with the last
85.
one, it's going through drama. It's going through stress.
That just leaves you mentally torn and exhausted.
26.
Could be the beginning of the end.
Feel like you're chasing all the time. And you might be chasing here because Neil Duff essentially has broken the throw.
60.
So you just can't land that first dart. There's just
32.
too much tension in the arm.
Last score 60, 26, 32. There's lift in the action, isn't it? It's not coming through to the board.
No,
100.
not getting that full extension.
Beautiful.
140.
Should have gone for an 18, shouldn't he? I know it was inviting. That's the wrong play.
That's what he's thinking now. He had that rhythm, he had that pace, but hindsight's a beautiful thing.
131.
Neil Duff now a dart away from winning a week here at the Super Series. Gary Stone can only hope for an opportunity.
91. Neil, you require 40.
For the title. Series 6, Week 8, double 5.
35.
Wow.
Gary requires 71.
Treble 13 for double 16. 13, 18 tops. Wow. 15 ball. He has been here before and he went for the treble for double 10. This time it's the ball.
46.
All you asked for, Matt, it's just a dart to
Neil,
win
you
it. And
require
he's had one.
5.
It was the first dart again for Gary. Dropping low, holding on to the dart too long. Make sure of the 1. And it's 2 darts for the match.
Again, showing experience.
Game,
This time,
shots, and the match.
Neil Duff
and the MODUS
finds
Super Series
the
Week
winning
8
dart
champion
to be
Neil
the Series 6
Duff.
Week 8 champion and win his second Super Series title. Neil Duff, who was without doubt one of the standout players of this Series 6 Week 8. And he was the bookies' favourite. Here are the numbers. 83.8 for Neil Duff in what was a real nervy, edgy affair. Gary Stone, who ultimately did get that single dart at the ball, sharing 27 darts at a double between them, hitting 7, but the most important one, of course, was the final one that lifted Neil Duff the title, and as I've already said, has his second Super Series title. Well, let's get to the presentation with Henry on stage.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Neil eyeing the trophy up, but
My name's already on it.
he said his name's already on it, but goodness me, did you have to work hard for that tonight, didn't you?
When did I ever make it easy for myself? Like, other than Tuesday and Wednesday, I don't know what it is. Just couldn't get going really at all. But scores at the right time. The biggest ton I'm probably hit in my life there in the last leg, and then the 1-3-1 to set up top. So Gary could have had it done. That I think after his exploits in the groups, he was just happy to be in the final. And, yeah, roll on Champions Week.
How key was that 5th leg for yourself in the final?
Pass. Don't know what happened. Yeah, listen, every leg's vital up here. So, yeah, if I could have lost 4-0, Gary could have lost 4-0. I think probably we give each other too much respect. But on the whole week, I'm happy where my game is.
It's your second weekly title here, but in terms of the way you've played, is this the best you've ever played here over the course of a week at the Super Series?
Yeah, in the group stage, yeah, definitely. 2 highest TV averages in the same day, which was kind of strange. But yeah, but like we talked about earlier on, since the Lakeside and losing that title, I've been allowed to play a wee bit more freedom. That probably didn't show up, but there's a lot more to come from Neil Duff this year.
Do you feel like you got that, you know, that confidence you had when you won the Lakeside, that little bit of bravado? Do you feel like you've actually got that back a little bit since losing that title as well?
Yeah, but I'm free playing. I'm playing without a crowd behind me, without. There's a lot of pressure on when you've got that title because everyone wants to see you lose, and there's a big target on your back. So, yeah, it's allowed me to play my game, which I was playing not only at the Lakeside, but up into the Lakeside, and it kind of went missing a wee bit through the year. But it's going to be a chance now to refocus, and I'm hungry for 2024.
So you're hungry for 2024. What would mark a successful year for Neil Duff?
Circus Tavern, Seniors World Championship. But nice to be a multiple winner. I still have my eye on the Lakeside as well. Not doing so much the WDF stuff. But yeah, Seniors is probably the big bucket list. We talked here the last time I won a Saturday night, and it was a kind of got the monkey off my back. So for the Seniors, yeah. But I hear it clashes with Champions Week.
No comment, Neil.
Yeah, it's always okay. I know Jason Thames is a good man, and he'll reschedule the format for us, so we'll work something out.
Right, I'm going to quickly move on before you get me into any more trouble, Neil. Right, time for the presentation. You've done this before. You're going to do it again. Chance for you to lift the title and call yourself a 2-time weekly winner. Multiple weekly winner. Ladies and gentlemen, your Week 8 winner of the MODUS Super Series, the Duff Man, Neil Duff. He's done it again. Neil Duff, weekly winner again, and he's getting all the selfies that one could possibly want. And once a champion, always a champion. And he's got time for everybody, has Neil Duff. Well, we're getting invaded, Matthew Edgar, who's alongside me. Neil's going to depart, and, well, Neil departs, and now twice weekly winner. And to be perfectly honest with you, Matt, from Tuesday morning onwards, he felt like the player to be, and tonight he showed that.
It really did vindicate the system as well, winning Group A, then winning the week as well. But one thing we said at the very start of the night is this is going to come down to a moment of brilliance or mistakes. And that's what it came down to in the last bit. It was who had the bottle, who could get over the line, and once again it was Neil Duff.
How much did his experience of winning things come into play, especially after that 5th leg where both players missed darts at double?
100%, that's all it was. The fact that Gary Stone is still waiting for that moment. Gary Stone is still waiting for that thing that he can hang his hat on and say, I am that. I am a winner of this, I am a winner of that. He's got the ability, he's got the game. He will win things. But again, second place for Gary Stone is mightily disappointment. I've just had a very quick word with him on the way out, but it's coming. It really is. And he's just got to believe and trust in himself.
Can you almost take inspiration off of someone like Neil Duff, who's had a couple of near misses here at the Super Series before then winning his first title?
The danger is for Gary Stone now at 42 years old that he may feel it's gone past him. But look at Peter Wright winning a world title in his late 40s. Glenn Durrant weren't even winning anything until his mid-40s. And you look at Neil Duff, the same. So some people, like your Luke Littlers, they do it at 16 and they make it like a young man's game. But there is no age limit to this sport. And with that, there's no need to panic. There's plenty more time for Gary Stone.
Is Neil Duff playing better now than when he won when he won the Lakeside 18 months ago?
I think he thinks he is. So by that judge, you can't argue with that. And we look at numbers and we crunch numbers, but a lot of the time, the difference between the averages is mighty fine in terms of when you relate it to a dart. So if Neil Duff thinks he's playing better, I'm not going to argue with him. I think he could.
And so for Neil Duff, well, we're going to have a look at the moment that won him that particular match. And look, it was one of those finals where it kind of came down to who was going to hold their nerve. We saw Neil Duff win a last set decider to win a world championship. He knows what those situations are like.
So all it ever is, just holding that bottle together. You're always going to get opportunities. That was one thing we picked up at the start of the night. Everyone within 6 visits to win. Now, when you're all around that same sort of average and stats, that means there's going to be key, critical moments. That's the only thing that's going to decide him. He won all the big moments, got all the big shots. That's why he's walking away with £5,000.
And when we came through the door this evening and we looked at the list of names that are on offer and the matches that we had on offer, we thought we'd have a real good night worth of darts. And you know what? This evening, we were royally treated, weren't we?
It delivered, it's delivered well. It's setting up for an amazing Champions Week as well, which is really sort of becoming a bit star-studded and littered with talent. We've got a few more weeks to go before then, and I'm really excited to see that lineup continue to fill. But Neil Duff, he's done it again, and that's the thing, again. And when you say again, that means that there's something in there, and he's really starting to show it. The back end of his career, when you think about it, is not a Luke Littler who's just starting off. He's one of these players now that when we talk about players who are having better times at the back end of the year, you talk about Glenn Durrant, Peter Wright. Does Neil Duff come into that category now?
Has he found his home here at the Super Series?
He looked at home up here earlier on, didn't he? And he's looked at home here all the time. He's been walking around the venue like he belongs here. He's not looked at... Sometimes we get players that come here and they almost look like a guest. Not Neil Duff. Neil Duff looks like he is one of the top players here, and he is.
Well, that is week 8 done and dusted, Matt. I know you wanted to be up here tonight, but thank you for popping along and spending the evening with us, and you're going to be with us next week?
Yep, there all week. It's going to be another cracking week. I'm looking forward to it, and I do have a prediction for next week, but I'm going to save that for Monday.
Oh, come on, come on. Just me, you, and our friends on telly.
I like a cliffhanger.
Oh, cliffhanger. Right, we'll see you Monday morning, 9:30 in the morning. It's going to be Matt alongside Chris Murphy. Abigail Davies is going to be back with us here at the Super Series as well. But as far as week 8 is concerned, it's been great for Neil Duff, the Duff man, the happiest on the Super Series stage. Bye-bye for now.